Vicky can find a phone number.
Oh yeah, I told him to. Yeah, I told him to come at. I didn't need him.
Okay, is he coming here or is he? Okay.
So On a record, Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The jury is not in the courtroom. It is Friday, January 20th, 2023. All the attorneys and the defendant are in the courtroom. Ms. Renner, what do you wish to put on the record?
Your Honor, you had said we would talk about in the morning about the reputation for untruthfulness witnesses.
Do we have any witnesses today that have prior convictions?
No, we do not.
Okay. Which witnesses are you referring to that you're going to ask questions in that area?
Well, these are witnesses that we will be calling on our case in chief.
Okay.
Basically, we'll be asking them about Mr. Klug's reputation for untruthfulness.
All right.
We want to ensure that that's not going to be an issue.
Well, why don't you guys try to talk between yourselves? And I mean, today we're a half hour late. I don't want to take time anymore on that issue. I understand where you're going on that, Ms. Renner. So, okay, we're going to bring the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
All right, we're going back on the record. Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. It is Friday, January 20th, 2023. Let's have the appearances by the attorneys.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Mackenzie Renner, and Jeremy Perry appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to the jury. It is Friday, so the state is going to call a witness out of order, correct, Ms. McNeil? We're not done with your last witness, Mr. Ruff, correct?
That is correct, Judge. We have several witnesses who traveled here today, and we have agreed to call them out of order.
All right, so let's call your next witness then.
The witness the state is calling now is Meredith Perez.
All right, if you could just remain standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear in, okay? You solemnly swear the testimony of this man to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Witness has been sworn in for the record. Get as close as you can to that smaller microphone and spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Meredith is Meredith. Perez is Perez.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Ms. Perez, back in June of 1998, did you start work at a new office?
Yes, that's Stiefel Nicholas and Racine.
And at that point, were you working with Mark Jensen?
Yes,
This office in Racine, had it just opened when you started working there?
yes.
And so everyone who was joining the office was joining at that time?
Actually, I think they may have been there a day or two before I came in. I was working as a temp then. But we all started at about the same time.
Okay, so you're saying you might have started a day or two after everyone else?
Yes.
Now, when this office opened, what was your role in the office? What was your job?
My title was cashier. Basically, I, excuse me, answered the phone. Sorry, allergies. Answered the phones, processed the mail, helped with paperwork, filing, miscellaneous things like that.
And how long did you work in this office in Racine?
I was there a little over 17 years.
Now, in terms of answering the phone, was that your primary job?
Yes,
And so unless you were out or unavailable, you would be the person answering the main office
Yes.
phone? Is that correct?
yes, that's correct.
And who are the other women who worked in the office at that time as sales assistants?
Rosemary McInnes and Meredith Schultz.
Okay, and did you go by a nickname in that office?
Midge.
Now, when you began working in that office, let's say between June of 1998 and about December of 1998, do you recall ever receiving any harassing phone calls?
No,
And specifically, when you worked in that office as the receptionist, did you ever receive a phone call where someone ranted and raved at you?
no,
Did you ever receive a phone call where someone swore at you?
no,
And did you ever receive a bunch of hang-up calls so it became suspicious?
no.
Now, in this stockbroker's office, whose job is it to open the mail?
Well, I opened all the mail and then just passed it out to the people in the office, to the stockbrokers.
Did you ever, let's say between June of 1998 and December of 1998, did you ever receive any pornographic images in the mail?
No,
And were you ever warned that maybe that would be a concern in this office, that you might receive something of that nature?
no,
Were you ever warned to be on the lookout for harassing phone calls or anything of that
No.
nature? Can you describe for us, was this a small office?
it was fairly small. I think there were maybe 6 or 7 small offices within the main office.
And-
go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead. You can continue.
Oh, I was just going to say, and I was not in an office. I was kind of at one side by a long desk and a counter, so that people mostly came to me when they came into the office.
And if you could just adjust the microphone so it's right in front of your face. It's just harder to hear without.
Is that better?
If you move it closer to your face. Yeah, the closer the better.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, do you recall where Mark Jensen's office was in relationship to where you sat?
Yes, it was, well, on my right, there were two smaller offices and his was the second one over. No, I'm sorry. The third one over from where I sat.
Okay, and given the size of this office and where you were positioned, where you sat, would you be able to see if Mark Jensen was at work?
Yes,
Now, I'd like to specifically direct your attention to December 3rd of 1998. Was that a day that became memorable?
well, I believe that was the day that Julie Jensen died, so yes.
Now, on that day, did Mark Jensen come into the office?
No, he did not.
So he was out of the office all day?
All day, yes,
And you were working that day? You were there all day?
yes.
And you did not see him?
I didn't see him.
In fact, did he call the office at some point the morning of December 3rd, 1998?
Yes, he did.
And so are you the person who answered the phone?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you remember about that phone conversation?
I remember that he told me that his wife was very sick and he didn't know what to do.
Did you, upon hearing that, did you give him any advice?
I believe I suggested that maybe he should call her doctor or take her to the emergency room.
Were you confused by the statement that he didn't know what to do?
Yes,
And so your response is call a doctor, take her to the emergency room? Is
Yes.
that correct? And then shortly thereafter, did you learn that Mrs. Jensen had died?
it was, I want to say mid-afternoon, maybe 2 or 3 o'clock. He called again and asked to be put through to David Nearing. And I put him through right away. And a little while later, Dave came out and told us all that Julie had died.
Now, do you recall whether the defendant had a client by the name of Sorensen?
Yes,
And do you know what profession Mr. Sorensen is in?
he was a dentist.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Who's doing the cross?
That'd be me.
Go ahead. Why don't you say Miss Renner for the record?
Ms. Renner, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Perez.
Good morning.
So I understand you worked at Stifel starting in 1998,
That's correct.
and you said it was in June?
Yes,
Now, prior to June of 1998, you did not know Mark Jensen.
correct,
You met him when you joined the Stifel office.
correct.
So you didn't work with Mr. Jensen at Baird,
No,
didn't work with him at Prudential.
no,
Now, your relationship with Mr. Jensen, you didn't hang out with him outside of work.
correct.
And you didn't talk about his marriage with him.
No,
And you didn't talk about things that were going on in the Jensen home.
no,
Now, I understand you were the primary phone answering person in the office,
correct.
but there were others that would answer the phone.
Yes,
And it was also possible if someone had the number for a direct line that they could actually call the broker directly.
yes,
And if that happened, you wouldn't know a phone call occurred.
that's correct.
Now, you testified that you were never warned that there was harassing phone calls or packages to be aware of, right?
Right.
But you were aware that Mr. Jensen spoke about harassing packages he'd gotten previously. Is that correct?
I don't recall Mark Jensen actually talking about that, directly hearing it from him, but I kind of, excuse me, I kind of remember that there were rumors in the office. I just heard something about it. I don't remember from whom.
Okay. Now, you did testify also that Mr. Jensen didn't come into the office on December 3rd.
Correct.
Did you go to lunch that day?
I don't remember.
And if you went to lunch, there was a policy that you could leave for lunch. Is that right?
Yes.
And that would happen?
Sometimes I just ate my lunch there.
But you don't remember on December 3rd if you went anywhere?
I don't remember.
And can you tell me if you had any appointments outside the office that day?
No. No, I didn't.
Okay.
have any.
Suppose that was a poorly worded question on my part. Okay. But the brokers in your office would oftentimes have meetings and appointments outside the office.
Yes.
That was normal.
Yes.
And today you testified that you heard about Julie Jensen's death around 2 or 3 o'clock.
I believe so. I'm not real sure about the time.
Is
It
it
was-
possible it might have even been the next day?
No, it was definitely that same day.
Is that same day? Okay. Nothing further.
Any redirect from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thank you. Right, who's next?
The state calls Stacy Bauer, number 4.
Yes? All right, thank you. Get as close as you can to that microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter, okay?
STACEYBAUER.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Ms. Bauer, I'd like you to think to the time period after the beginning of October of 1998. Where were you working in that time period?
At Stiefel Nicholas
And which Stiefel Nicholas office?
in Kimberly.
So that office in Kimberly, Wisconsin, was that sometimes referred to as the Appleton office?
Yes.
And had that office opened at the very beginning of October 1998?
Yes.
Were you present when that office was being opened?
Yes.
And at that time when the office was being opened, did you meet a person by the name of Mark Jensen?
Yes.
And when the office was being opened, was he assisting in that?
Yes.
But that's not actually the office he worked in.
Correct.
And do you recall during that time period when the office was being opened, whether there was also a woman by the name of Kelly Labonte present?
Yes.
Is that time, beginning of October 1998, when the office was being opened, is that the first time you had met Mark Jensen?
Yes.
So you didn't know him at all other than that.
No,
And then after the office was opened, he didn't work there.
correct.
So now I want you to think back to the beginning of November of 1998. Was there a conference in St. Louis for the brokers around that time period?
Yes,
And is that the conference sometimes called the Blueprint Conference?
yes,
Now, when this Appleton office opened, did you move over with a group of people to the Appleton office?
yes.
And who were those people?
Ed Klug, Ron Ruck, Bonnie LeClaire, and Joan Colby at the time.
And so the brokers were Ed Klug and Ron Ruck.
Yes,
And did they go to this conference in St. Louis?
yes,
Now, after this conference in St. Louis was over, did Ed Klug have a conversation with you about talking to Mark Jensen at the conference?
yes.
Okay, what did Ed Klug tell you after he returned from the Blueprint Conference?
He told me that the two of them were stayed up later after they must have had their dinner that night, and that they were talking about their wives and saying, yeah, I can't stand her, I can't stand her. And then Ed said it kind of turned dark and made him uncomfortable.
And what do you remember Ed Klug saying about what Mark Jensen said to him?
I think it was along the lines of Ed said, you know how I joke around how I can't stand Joanne, his wife at the time, and I wish she was dead or something like that. And he's like, you know how people joke around about that? And I said, yeah. And he said, but what Mark told him made him feel like he really wanted his wife dead.
And do you remember whether Ed Klug said anything about what Mark said about his feelings towards his wife?
Yeah, that he hated her.
Now I want you to think of a time period about a month or so after that conversation with Ed Klug. Was there a time that Ed Klug gave you some news during that time period?
Yes,
And what was that?
that Julie Jensen had died.
And in spite of what you had heard previously from Ed Klug, what was your reaction to that news?
I said, oh my God, he killed her.
And again, you didn't know Mark Jensen, right?
Correct.
You didn't know Julie Jensen, right?
Not at all, no.
So all you knew about the Jensens is what you had heard previously from Ed Klug.
Yes.
Now, do you remember hearing any sort of information about Ms. Jensen's death being a suicide?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the story that people heard about that.
Right.
But you're not saying that that's something that you believed or anything like that. That's just what you had heard.
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross,
Thank you. And Ms. Renner will be doing the cross for this one.
thank you.
Now, Ms. Bauer, I understand you worked with Mr. Klug for a significant period. Is that right?
Yeah, a few years.
You actually started with him in 1996 at Baird.
Yes.
And then when he transferred over to Stifel Nicholas, you went with him.
Yes.
And you said that Jean Wise and
Joan.
Joan Wise, sorry,
That's okay.
went with you, as well as Ron Ruck and Bonnie LeClaire, I think was the other person you said.
Yes.
Did I get them all?
Yep.
All right. Now, you did stay with Stifel until about 2001.
Yes.
And through that entire period, you did work with Mr. Klug.
Yes.
And even after leaving Stifel, you remained friendly with Mr. Klug?
Not really.
Well, you've seen him socially on occasion, haven't you?
I did, but not very often. I left, went to a different job, and
Now, Mr. Klug didn't just talk about Mr. Jensen not liking his wife. He also told you that Mr. Jensen was unhappy in his marriage
yes,
and that Mr. Jensen was thinking about divorce.
I think so.
And he also said that Mark told Mr. Klug that this is so weird. I'm sorry. Let's restructure this. So Mr. Klug told you that Mr. Jensen's wife was depressed.
Yes,
And in fact, Mr. Klug also told you that Mark said his wife was unstable.
yes,
Now, about 6 years after you left Stifel in August of 2007, you spoke with a detective in this case.
yes,
And is it fair to say that you knew this was important?
yes,
You had known that Mr. Jensen had been charged in his wife's death,
yes,
and so you knew you had to tell the truth.
yes,
You knew how important this was,
yes,
and you wanted to answer all of the detective's questions truthfully
yes,
and fully
yes,
and accurately.
yes,
And after speaking with the detective, he wrote up a statement for you.
correct.
And you signed that statement?
Yes,
You read it before you signed it?
yes,
You actually initialed it in at least one place as well.
yes, I guess.
Sure. What number is that?
63.
For the record, Exhibit 63 is being shown to the witness.
Now, Ms. Bauer, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit D63. Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
That is the statement that you gave to police.
yes,
At the bottom of that statement, it does say, I've made the above statement voluntarily and without threats or promises. It is my desire to relate the facts of this incident. I have read or have read to me the above statement and have found it to be true and correct.
yes,
And then after that, you signed.
yes.
Can you please read for us the final paragraph of that statement?
I have no knowledge of a conversation Mark had with Ed Klug in St. Louis regarding killing his wife.
And those are your initials after that paragraph?
Yes,
Your Honor, I'll ask that Exhibit 63 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, received 63.
Take that out of your way.
okay.
Now, you've previously testified in this case.
Yes,
The first time was in 2007.
yes,
And that was on August 30th of 2007.
I believe so.
And that day before your testimony, you were actually sitting in the hall with Mr. Klug,
Yes.
talking about what was happening.
I don't know that we were talking about what was happening.
Well, Mr. Klug told you some of the stuff you'd been talking about with the police, right?
I don't think so. I don't remember that.
Well, you did testify also on January 30th of 2008.
Yes.
And at that point, and counsel, I'll direct you to 1/30/2008, page 233, lines 8 through 10.
Okay.
You were asked, but he talked about some of the things he'd been talking about with the prosecutors and police, right? And your answer was, he did.
Maybe. I don't remember.
It's a long time ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And additionally, you had read about Mr. Klug's testimony prior to testifying in 2008.
No.
Counsel, I'll direct you to page 233, lines 19 through 20.
All right.
When you testified in 2008 on January 30th, you were asked the question, so you had read about Mr. Klug's testimony? And your answer was yes, yes, I did, yes, yeah.
Then I guess I did.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So the statement in front of you, the handwritten statement, is it still there?
No, she took it
it's-
away.
Okay.
It's on the desk over here, Ms. McNeil.
So in that statement, you indicate that you don't have knowledge of a conversation regarding Mark Jensen killing his wife, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But it's not your testimony today that Mark Jensen told Ed Klug, who told you that he was going to kill his wife, correct?
Correct.
It's that he wanted her dead.
Yes.
And so when you made that statement to the police, were you trying to be precise?
Yes.
And so you didn't say in that statement, and you've never said that you heard that he was going to kill his wife,
Yes. Never.
just that he wanted her dead.
Yes.
And in fact, after you gave that statement, you did testify in court in the summer of 2007, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to answer questions back and forth like we've done today, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked questions back and forth at that prior hearing, you did bring up the fact, the distinction that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, you indicated that he wanted her dead, not that he said he was going to kill her, correct?
Yes.
And you also brought up the other information about Mark Jensen telling Ed Klug about hating his wife.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You brought up the information at that time about Mark Jensen telling Ed Klug, who told you that he hated his wife.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Recross?
Thank you. Ms. Bauer, when you spoke with Detective Ratzberg, those words on that Exhibit 63 are not the only words that were stated, correct?
Yes.
You had a conversation,
Yes, we did.
a back and forth,
Yep. Yes.
and he asked you about this conversation in St. Louis that Ed told you about.
Yes.
And at that time, you didn't tell Detective Ratzberg that Mark had said he wanted his wife dead.
I may have. I don't remember.
Did you write that statement or did Mr. Ratsberg?
Mr. Ratsberg,
And you signed it
yes.
knowing that you needed to tell everything that would be important to this case.
Yep, yes.
Nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you for coming in.
Yes.
The state would call Joe Crofasti to the stand. You're that's witness number 12 on your list.
Thank you. I'm going to swear you in, sir, if you can raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Take your time, get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Joseph, Joseph. Last name Crofasi, Crifasi.
Go ahead, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you. And Mr. Crofasti, as we've discussed earlier, you're what's known as a soft talker, correct? You're a soft-spoken
Yes,
person?
I apologize for that.
No need to apologize, but what I would ask you to do is pull that small microphone as close to your mouth as you can while you're speaking so that
That better?
you're, that's much better. Thank you so much. Now, Mr. Crofasti, can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
Yes, I currently manage a toxicology lab at Lab Test Diagnostics,
And where is that located?
St. Louis, Missouri.
And how long have you been managing that lab?
10 years.
And before managing that lab, sir, what did you do?
I worked at St. Louis University Forensic Toxicology Lab for 20 years.
Now, what sort of background and training did you have to qualify you for these positions that you've held?
I have a bachelor's degree in medical technology and a master's degree in analytical toxicology.
And when did you get your master's degree in analytical toxicology?
1988.
It was after that that you were employed at St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab?
Yes, I began working there in 1994.
And what did you do at the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab?
I worked all the benches as a lab analyst and also assisted the supervisor with maintenance of instruments, writing SOPs, and ordering consumables.
Now, so some of these things the jury might not know, and I certainly don't know. So when you say you worked all the benches, what does that mean?
Well, the forensic toxicology is a complex set of testing that needs to be done. So we would have a bench for alcohol testing. That's also the bench where we did ethylene glycol. There was a bench to do drug screening. There was a bench to do drug confirmations, that sort of thing.
And you said that you wrote SOPs. By SOPs, you mean standard operating procedures?
Yes.
So you authored the standard operating procedures for the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab?
For some of them, sure.
Now, did you work with a person by the name of Diane McGinn?
Yes.
Tell us about Diane McGinn and how long you worked with her.
Diane, again, she was already there when I started there. She was probably the oldest, more experienced analyst that was there at the time. And I worked with her for 16 years.
And did you find her to be a competent and capable analyst?
Objection, Judge,
Yes.
relevance.
What's the objection?
I just said relevance. I don't,
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Jambois.
So that means, did you find Diane McGinn to be a capable and experienced analyst?
Yes,
And you found the results of her tests to be reliable?
yes.
Now, was there a time that you were called upon to review the work that Diane McGinn did in the case involving the samples obtained from the body of Julie Jensen?
Yes,
And so, and also at some point you yourself tested the samples that were obtained from the body of Julie Jensen. Is that true?
yes.
So when did you test the samples that were obtained from the body of Julie Jensen?
I tested samples in August of 2003.
And when did Diane McGinn test the samples that were obtained from the body of Julie Jensen?
She tested them in May of 1999.
Now, at the time that you were testing them 5 years later in August of 2003,
Yeah.
Did you review the work that Diane McGinn had done?
No, I didn't review it at that time. No.
But you have reviewed it since and in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes.
Now, can you tell the jury what you do when, or what you did, for example, when you tested the samples that have been obtained from the body of Julie Jensen? Let's start with the blood. What did you do when you went to test the blood of Julie Jensen in August of 2003?
So to test the samples, I would have retrieved them from the long-term frozen storage. I would have allowed the samples to thaw. I would have taken small aliquots of the samples, which is a measured amount of sample that's required for the test. The test has two main elements. One is the prep. So we extract the sample and then make a chemical derivatization of the sample in the first part of the prep procedure. And the second part is the data analysis on the instrument. And the instrument we used is a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, sometimes referred to as a GCMS. And what that analyzer does is it helps us to separate compounds that are present in the sample by identifying by the amount of time they're retained in the system. We get a retention time. And then the mass spectrometer actually fragments the molecule into some characteristic mass fragment ions that we can use for identification and quantitation.
Now, does the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer produce a chromatograph?
It produces both a chromatograph and a mass spectrum. And in the data analysis we did, we selected some of the mass fragments to monitor.
And you did that with Julie Jensen's blood?
I did that with her blood and tissues, gastric contents, and urine.
Now, and Diane McGinn, and you did that with a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, is that true?
Yes,
In August of 2003.
yes,
And in May of 1999, Diane McGinn performed those same tests, but with a gas chromatograph flame ionization detector.
yes.
Can you tell the jury what the difference is between a gas chromatograph flame with a flame ionization? Excuse me just a moment. I have to restate the question because the reporter reminds me that I was speaking too quickly, which is a frequent problem that I have. So you need to speak up and I need to speak more slowly. So I'll try this question again. So can you tell the jury what the difference is between a gas chromatograph with a flame ionization detector and a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer?
So a gas chromatograph with a flame ionization detector, the flame ionization detector uses hydrogen and air to create a flame. Anything that burns in a flame will give us a response, charged ions. And we can use that response. It looks like a triangle, a peak, and it has a retention time. And we can use the area under the peak to measure unknown samples against a sample that we've previously injected of a known amount and a known concentration, a known identification and a known concentration, because we'll get a similar peak at a similar time.
Now, when you prepare the aliquot for a gas chromatograph flame ionization detector, as opposed to preparing an aliquot for a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, is there any difference in the manner in which you prepare the aliquot?
No, the preparation was the same.
Now, when you examined, when you reviewed the work that Diane McGinn had done in May of 1999, did you see that she'd recorded the chain of custody?
Yes,
And that and then she'd obtained the samples, and then she prepared aliquots correctly?
yes,
And she did that correctly as near as you could tell?
yes,
And then you examined the chromatographs that were produced as a result?
yes,
And then you looked at the results that she determined, and the results that she reported were the same as what you found when you looked at the chromatographs?
yes,
And then you also did the testing in August of 2003?
Judge, I'm going to object as to leading. There's been multiple questions.
Overruled, go ahead.
So, well, in August of 2003 is when you did the testing,
yes,
and you produced the aliquots from the same samples?
yes. They were the same samples, but different aliquots.
A different what?
It was the same samples. They were frozen. We took them out, thawed them out, and I took an additional aliquot, a measured amount, to do the test.
So you produced your own aliquots
Yes.
for your own test?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this item that's been marked as Exhibit 62, and I'm going to ask you to look at both sides of it, and then I'm going to ask you questions about it, okay? So, Mr. Krafasi, I'm directing your attention to the first page of this exhibit has two sides to it, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you about the first side first. So it relates to Julie Jensen, tax number 99-1177. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the date in the upper right-hand corner is May 11th, 1999. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does that mean? What does that May 11th, 99
That would have been the date that the sample was received and given a case file number.
And then under blood, it says there's it says blood, and then here. First of all, is that document, it states Exhibit 62, is that a true and accurate copy of the report that was produced by the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab concerning the test results of Diane McGinn?
Yes.
And then on the other side, is that the correct result? Is that accurately reflect the results that you obtained when you did the testing in August of 2003?
Yes.
I move Exhibit 62 in evidence subject to cross-examination.
Right, subject to cross, it'll come in.
I request I be allowed to publish it to the jury, Your Honor.
Put it on the screen. 62.
No, I've blown it up so that it's more easy to read, but in the upper right-hand corner, it says May 1199. Is that correct? And underneath it, there are initials. Whose initials are those?
I don't know.
I can't read them, huh? In the upper left-hand corner, there's initials in front of the date May 18th, 99. Can you tell me whose initials those are?
That would be Diane McGinn.
And underneath the blood, it says blood, and then ml, and then it says 3. Does that mean there's 3 bottles or 3 milliliters in the
No,
bottle?
3. That's usually referring to the amount of milliliters.
So it's 3 milliliters in one bottle, and then 3 milliliters in a purple top bottle.
Right. It was just approximated by visually.
So what's the difference between a bottle and a purple top?
The purple top was also considered a lavender top. Not sure I understand your question.
Okay, well, Then under tissue, well, first of all, under urine, it says 50 milliliters. So there were 50 milliliters in that bottle.
Yes,
And then under tissue, it's checked liver, gastric, and then brain, correct?
yes,
Now, at the bottom of the report, Diane again lists the ethylene glycol in the blood at 55 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
yes.
Now, she makes reference to a peak 0.923. Do you know what that's a reference to?
It was a unidentified peak in the sample.
Does that detract from the accuracy or the reliability of the 55 microgram per milliliter reading that was obtained by the gas chromatograph?
No.
And then under urine or cross from urine, it reflects 720 micrograms per milliliter. Under the blood, it reflects urine with 720 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then for gastric, it reflects 3,940 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, under liver and brain, it indicates ND. Does that mean not detected?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there are a variety of unknown peaks that are referenced there, correct?
Yes.
Now, directing your attention to the other side of the page, under here, it reflects GCMS-EGL. And what does that GCMS-EGL stand for?
GCMS is the acronym for gas chromatography mass spectrometry, and EGL is just an abbreviation for ethylene glycol.
And this is the test that you performed?
Yes.
And it was performed on August 18th, 2003?
Yes.
Is that your initial there?
Yes.
And when you tested it using the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, you received a blood test result of 50 micrograms per milliliter of ethylene glycol in the blood.
Yes.
And then under here it says something blood F. What is that about?
There was a blood sample that was labeled as femoral blood, and that was tested separately. It wasn't tested when Diane did it.
So you tested it this time, and it tested at 14 micrograms per micrograms per milliliter.
Yes.
And then the urine you tested, it came out at 549 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Which is lower than what Diane McGinn had produced in 1999.
Yes.
And then the gastric contents tested at 4,121 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then, but you got a reading also with the liver. The liver reflects 51 micrograms per milliliter,
Yes.
and the brain reflected 16 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, could you offer an explanation as to why, when you performed the test with the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, you received a reading on the liver and brain, whereas Diane McGinn had not received a reading or wasn't detected when she performed the test using the gas chromatograph flame ionization detector?
For this method, the GCMS offered us a little better sensitivity for this implementation of the ethylene glycol method. The GC was a little better optimized for it as well. And then we also had data analysis software called selected ion monitoring software. And that allowed us to look at trace levels better than we were able to detect with the integration on the FID.
You know, your numbers, some of your numbers are slightly different from the numbers that Diane McGinn had, and some of them are more significantly different. For example, let's take the blood. You tested 50 micrograms per milliliter, and she found it to be 55 micrograms per milliliter. With the urine, you've got it at 549 micrograms per milliliter, and she had it at 720. Can you explain those variations?
I can't. I actually, at the time, I thought the blood matched fairly well because the sample had been stored a long time. The urine is different in that it's lower with the GCMS analysis.
And the gastric is slightly higher.
The gastric was also very similar.
Yeah, because she tested, what, 3,920, and you've got it at 4,121.
Right.
So that's within the range of error that you would
Yes.
expect on these machines. So the only one that was outside the range of error with respect to the blood and gastric contents in urine, the only one that's outside what you'd consider a normal range of error was the urine.
Yes.
And with respect to the liver and the brain, you attribute the difference to the fact that the GCMS is a more sensitive instrument.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kravasi. I don't have any further questions.
Who's doing the cross for the defense?
Attorney Krause is.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Krafasi, you said you have been a lab analyst for over 20 years.
I've been a lab analyst since 1977.
So for about 45 years.
Yes.
And during the time that you've been a lab analyst, you've tested many samples that have been sent to you.
Yes.
And you've tested samples that were liquid,
Liquid in,
blood,
yes, yes,
urine.
yes.
You've also tested samples that were more trace samples, like came from swabs.
Yes, we occasionally did that.
So that would be if law enforcement or a medical examiner took a swab of an item and sent it to you, you could test that.
Yes, the only time we did swabs, it was more qualitative. It wasn't a quantitative analysis. Sometimes medical examiners would give us nasal swabs if they suspected someone of using cocaine, for example, just prior to death.
And you could take those swabs and actually put them through the GCMS analysis,
Well, there'd be some prep involved.
of course. But you could do that.
Yes, we did that on very rare occasions.
Now, as it relates to Julie Jensen, you are not the individual who actually received the contents of the samples.
I didn't receive I did receive some of the samples. When I looked through the paperwork, it looked like the samples came from two places. One was the Kenosha coroner, and the other was I believe it was the Kenosha medical examiner. They came on the same day, but some came airborne express, and two of the samples came FedEx.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 56.
Yeah.
And this is titled St. Louis University Forensic Toxicology. This would be a form that the lab would send like a medical examiner to fill out when they're sending samples to you.
That's correct, yes.
And it's kind of like the chain of custody.
Part of it is a chain as the initial receipt of the sample. But the intent of the form is to give us an idea of what testing is needed, what samples are included with the submission form, who it came from. Sometimes they gave history, sometimes not.
I think what you just said is that the form would tell you.
Can we have you sit down and use the mic? All right, take the form back.
I think what you testified to was that the form would give you information on the samples that you received and the testing and what samples were going to be tested.
What samples were available for testing, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to come back up there. In the samples that say specimens collected 12/4/98, correct?
Yes,
And the samples that are checked are blood, correct?
yes,
Urine,
yes,
brain,
yes,
liver,
yes,
and gastric contents are not actually checked on this form.
that's correct.
And the tests that are requested are ethylene glycol,
Yes.
which means you weren't testing for any other substances,
No.
any other medications,
No.
any other drugs.
No.
It was ethylene glycol was the purpose of your testing.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 57 and 58. Do you see those in front of you? There should be a
No.
little exhibit sticker on the top.
Yeah.
Exhibit
Yes.
57 is just the results when your coworker did the testing, correct?
Yes, but this is, it has a supplemental section. So I don't know that this is a report that was out at that time. This looks like a later report. A later report, yes.
What you see on that report is that it was received in the lab by Diane McGinn on May 11th of 1999.
Yes.
And that's what you had just been talking about with Attorney Jamboys, is that testing that Diane McGinn did.
Yes, the samples were received on that date. I think her testing was on the 14th of May.
Thank you. And then it's signed by the head of the laboratory.
Yes.
And that just shows the testing that she did using the device that you spoke about previously.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at exhibit number 58. Is that the report after the testing was completed by you?
Yes, because this includes the GCMS analysis.
And what we see on that report is the testing that was completed by your colleague, and then the results from that testing, and then the testing completed by you and the results from that testing.
Yes.
So I'm going to show it to the jury, Madam Clerk, if you could switch me on.
You're showing 58?
Yes.
All right.
Sir, is that what is the document in front of you on the screen? Can you see that?
Yes.
And that's actually signed by Dr. Long on September 3rd.
Yes.
And as you testified, the difference in numbers is the device that you used or the analysis you did was more accurate.
Not more accurate, but more sensitive.
Would it be less accurate?
No.
Would it be as accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And the results are different because the GCMS was able to identify substance ethylene glycol in both the liver and the brain.
Yes.
The other device did not do that.
That's correct.
I would move exhibit 56, 57, and 58 in.
Any objection from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 56, 57, and 58 are moved in.
Mr. Kerfasi, it'd be fair to say that the work you did in this case was in the laboratory.
Yes.
You didn't collect any samples.
No.
You weren't the one that received most of the samples.
No.
You're the individual who used the device to determine the amount of ethylene glycol in the body.
Yes.
And that exhibit number that's up on the screen, exhibit number 58, is the results from that testing that you completed.
Yes. Yes.
Did you have any conversations with the Kenosha medical examiner prior to your testing?
No.
You didn't talk to any of the detectives prior
No.
to your testing?
No.
Your work was in the lab
testing the materials that were provided to you.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect, Mr. Jamboy?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, you'd indicated previously that the gas. Oh, could you switch the screen, please?
Yeah, take that off.
So, Mr. Kafasi, you'd indicated that there were two packages that were received when these items were received at the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab. Is that true?
Yes.
One of them was received from the Kenosha County Medical Examiner's Office.
Yes.
And directing your attention to the screen, the other one was received Airborne Express. And this is from the Kenosha County Medical Examiner's Office, correct?
Zoom in.
I believe what I reviewed, the Airborne Express package came from Mr. Berg,
Yes, from the Kenosha County Medical
and
Examiner's
the
Office.
other two samples, the gastric and a blood sample, came from the Kenosha Medical Examiner's Office from the toxicology supervisor.
Now, then there was this letter from the Wisconsin State Laboratory of Hygiene, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And they're the ones that forwarded to you
Oh, yes, that's it. Yes.
the
Are we marking this as an exhibit?
Trying to figure
I'm
out.
going to introduce the thumb drive as an exhibit because I don't have but this refers to blood and gastric specimens from the deceased subject by the name of Julie Jensen, correct?
Yes.
So the gastric contents were also received at that time.
Yes, it was received on the same day, about 15 minutes apart.
I'll have this marked as an exhibit, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, the thumb drive, and then we're going to let 62 in at this moment then.
Yes.
Any recross?
Just one follow-up. Did you review the chain of custody form as it relates to receiving the gastric contents?
Yes, I noticed that I made a note on the letter that you just showed. I made a note that I had put them into temporary storage and that the package was sealed and undamaged.
And that was on May 11th, 1999?
Yes.
So the information that you received were in two separate packages?
The samples and the submission, there were two submission forms, the one that you showed me and then the letter that was just on the screen.
And all of those samples would have been put under the one case number for Julie Jensen?
Yes.
So that everything would be put in the same place
Yes.
to make sure that all the testing was done on the correct samples?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you,
All
sir.
right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next witness is Allison Kavanaugh, and she is under number 1.
Or Mr. Jamboy, what number is that exhibit? We just moved in.
For the record, Your Honor, the state would move Exhibit 64 into evidence. That's the thumb drive with that information on it.
It'll be received. Thank you.
That's the thumb drive with the St. Louis.
The St. Louis toxicology chain of custody.
Thank you.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Try to get as close as you can to that microphone. Have a seat. And if you could spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Sure. Allison, Alison. Last name is Kavanaugh, Kavanaugh.
And Ms. Kavanaugh, you can feel free to drag the microphone close to your mouth.
Okay.
Just so everyone.
Okay.
Thank you. So can you tell us, how are you employed?
I am employed at American Family Insurance Company.
Okay, so American Family Insurance?
Yes.
And what is your job title there?
I'm the life claims manager.
And what are your job duties?
I oversee the team that pays all the death and disability claims for our insureds.
Now, Ms. Kavanaugh, you're here today regarding insurance policies for Julie Jensen, correct?
Correct.
And so you've reviewed the American Family Insurance records in that regard?
I have.
And are these the records that are regularly kept by American Family Insurance?
Yes.
And are these records that you rely upon and other employees of American Family Insurance rely upon to do your job?
Yes.
And is it important that these records are kept accurately?
Yes.
And have you found that American Family's records are accurate?
Yes.
So now, specifically as it relates to Julie Jensen, did she have any life insurance policies on her at the time of her death?
Yes. There were 2 policies.
And what was the amount of each policy?
They were both for $50,000.
So then the total was $100,000?
Correct.
Now, are you aware of the date in terms of the years that these 2 policies were taken out?
Yes, 1992 and 1995.
And did each of these policies have the same beneficiary?
They did.
Who was that person?
The primary beneficiary was Mr. Jensen on both policies.
So you're referring to Mark Jensen?
Correct.
So in the event of Julie Jensen's death, the expected outcome is the policies would be paid out to Mark Jensen.
Correct.
And based upon the rules that American Family Insurance follows, a person does not receive the payout from an insurance policy if they are somehow involved in the death, correct?
Correct.
However, if the insured person dies by accident, then there would be a payout, correct?
Correct.
If the insured person commits suicide, there would be a payout?
Correct.
And after the death of Ms. Julie Jensen, did Mark Jensen submit a claim on these insurance policies?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that Mark Jensen was the primary beneficiary. Were there secondary beneficiaries for these policies?
There were contingent beneficiaries listed, correct? Yes.
And is contingent the correct word then?
Yes.
So if the primary person does not get it for whatever reason, the contingent individuals get it?
Correct.
And who were those people?
The lawful, the children born to the marriage of Mark and Julie Jensen.
I have nothing further.
Who's going to do the cross for defense?
Attorney Krause.
Go ahead.
You were not the individual who worked with the Jensens on their policies.
Correct.
You weren't their American Family representative.
Correct.
Were you the individual who dealt with the claim in 1998, 1999?
I was not.
You're an individual who now works with and manages those claims.
Correct.
And after reviewing the records that are kept by American Family, it's clear that both Julie Jensen and Mark Jensen had insurance policies.
Correct.
And Julie Jensen had taken out 2 policies, you said in 1992 and 1995.
Correct.
And the primary beneficiary was Mark Jensen,
Correct.
her husband,
Correct.
which is common with insurance policies.
Correct.
And the contingent beneficiaries were their living children.
Correct.
And that's also consistent with insurance policies.
Correct.
Now, are you aware that the claim was started after Mark Jensen and Julie Jensen's American Family representative saw that Julie Jensen had passed away?
Yes.
So from the records that you have, it was their representative, their American Family Insurance representative, that contacted American Family Corporate and let the death unit know that Julie Jensen had passed away.
Correct. The agent provided the first notice of loss, which is common.
There's no indication that Mr. Jensen contacted his agent. It's that the agent saw her death and contacted the beneficiary division.
Correct.
And it was after the agent contacted American Family Corporate that the claim form was sent to Mr. Jensen.
Correct.
And it was at that point that the claim form was filled out.
Correct.
And Miss Jensen is the individual who actually got the insurance policy.
Correct.
Mr. Jensen didn't have an insurance policy for his wife.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thank you for coming in. We need a short break, folks. 10 minutes. Thank you. Close it. Right, we're off the record. Who's your next witness?
That's his business.
Record on Mark Jensen, the appearances are the same. The jury is not in the courtroom. What do you wish to say, Mr. Jambois?
Your Honor, the next witness, Perry Tarika, has requested that his face not be displayed on TV. So that's the only request. If we do request the key to the camera crew to not record Mr. Tarika's face, I'd appreciate that.
How long is the testimony going to be?
Quite brief. I mean, I don't think his testimony will take very long. I mean, my direct examination might be 15 minutes.
All right, let's not try to show his face. It's only 15 minutes.
Well, my part, I don't know how long their part's going to be, but my part will be 15 minutes or less.
Well, how about 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Close. Don't hold
Close.
us to that.
Okay, let's bring the jury out. Oh. And no photos either. Yeah.
Audio's fine.
Audio's okay. All right, we're back on the record. Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The jury is back in the courtroom. Next witness for the state.
The state will call Perry Tarika to the stand.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Get as close as you can to that microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Perry Tarika, Perrytarrica.
Try to get closer to the mic, okay? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you. And Mr. Tarika, did you know a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
Yes.
Could you please describe to the jury how you came to know Julie Jensen and when that happened?
I came to know Julie Jensen when she started working at Dean Witter.
And what year was that?
It's probably somewhere around 1990, give or take a year, maybe.
And you were working at Dean Witter at the same time?
I started before her. Her firm was a firm that she worked for went bankrupt, so their whole office integrated into Dean Witter. It was another firm.
So you were already there, and then she came in with this other group of people.
That is correct.
And how long did you work with Julie Jensen?
I would say maybe 2 years, maybe something like that.
And in the course of the 2 years that you were working with Julie Jensen, did you develop a friendship with her?
Yes, very close one.
And at some point, did that become a romantic relationship?
Yes,
And did that culminate at one point with a sexual relationship?
yes.
Tell the jury about that. When did it become a sexual relationship, if you can recall?
I can't recall the timeline. It was after she had her child, maybe about a year after, somewhere around that time.
So David was about a year old,
Yes,
and you had one sexual encounter with her over a 2-day period?
that is correct.
And where did that take place?
At her home in Pleasant Prairie.
And now, at some point during the course of that time that you were with her for that 2-day period, I presume her husband, Mark Jensen, was away at that time?
Yes, he was.
And you, in addition to having sexual relations with her at that time, you were also talking with her and speaking with her?
Yes, yes, it was, yes, we did.
And do you remember her showing you anything when you were at the residence?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Uh, I think it was on the Saturday, and she, all of a sudden, she went out to the garage, and then she came back, and she showed me a tape recorder, and she played it. She told me that Mark was tape recording her conversations on the phone, because it was wireline back then. It wasn't cellular, from what I remember. And when she played the tape recording, there was one message on it, innocuous. It wasn't anything of any of any importance.
Now, is this something she had just found, or is it something she'd known about previously, or did she tell you?
I believe she knew about it previously, because she went right to it, and then she came in. I was surprised, but that and then I told her, make sure you put it back in this very same way she found it, because she played the recording. I said I had told her to make sure she gets it in the right spot, and she puts it back this very same way.
Now, and after that one episode of that one sexual episode, did you continue to have your relationship with Julie Jensen or not?
No.
What happened?
She called it off. I don't know for what she made a decision, and I accepted it.
So you accepted when she called it off?
Yes.
You are aware that the Jensens made numerous complaints to the police about hang-up phone calls and a pattern of harassment that occurred between 1992 and 1998. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of it. I was not aware of the dates. Okay, this is the first time I'm hearing about the dates, but I'm very much aware of it.
And how did you become aware of them?
Initially, I became aware of it. My boss at the time, at Dean Witter, had brought it up to me, and he said that there were things going on, and there were phone calls or whatever. He didn't go into a lot of detail, but he said there were. I reread correspondence that I had sent Julie, and in there it said that he had my previous boss at Dean Witter had said that he had looked at my phone records and saw that there were no phone calls going up to Julie's house at the time, because they were concerned.
Just to hearsay.
Sustain.
So, and just to answer the question, you did hear that the Jensens were complaining about hang-up phone calls and a variety of types of harassment, and they were accusing you of doing that, correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
And your boss checked into it and found there were no
Judge, I would
unusual
again
phone
object
calls?
as to hearsay.
Well, it's his personal knowledge as to whether or not there were unusual phone calls coming from his phone.
I'm going to let that question in.
So your boss checked into it and determined there were no unusual phone calls on your phone. Is that true?
Absolutely, that is correct.
I'm going to show you this item that's been marked as Defense Exhibit 60. Have you had an opportunity to review Exhibit D60?
Yes.
And that includes some enclosures and then a letter. Is that true?
That is true.
And tell us about this letter.
I had sent it the letter to Julie's sister-in-law, and it was sent out of friendship and concern, because I was concerned when I had heard.
Okay, we'll
yeah.
get to it.
Okay.
So this is a letter that you sent to Julie Jensen, care of Jill Griffin. Is that true?
That is correct.
And when did you send this letter, approximately, if you can remember?
The postmark is January 6th. I can't tell the year, but it was January 6th.
Do you know if it would have been 91 or 92 or something around that time?
It would have been, 91, 92 probably.
Now, in this letter, you address these accusations that you were leaving items around the house and making hang-up phone calls. Is that true?
Yes, I addressed that items around the house, and they said that their picnic table had been moved around. Things were moved around the place, and phone calls.
Now, in your letter, at the time you wrote this letter, these matters were still very fresh in your mind. Is that correct?
Yes, as far as what matters, I mean, that's like, yes, it was.
Okay. Particularly as compared to today, many years later, if you wrote this in 91 or 92, your recollection in 91 or 92 is better than your recollection is in 2023.
That is correct.
It's 30 years later.
Yes.
So I'd ask you to read that. First of all, read it to yourself, and particularly starting with the paragraph about halfway down the first page that starts with the word name Ken Hammer.
Okay.
Just read that to yourself.
How far do you want me to go?
So who is Ken Hammer?
Ken Hammer was my previous manager at Dean Witter.
And who's Linda?
Linda was his executive assistant.
And they checked your calls
Yes,
and determined there was nothing unusual.
that is correct.
Now, you wrote, I can accept you thinking.
Judge, I would object as to hearsay.
It's a prior recorded recollection, Your Honor, and it's his statement at the time categorically denying that it had anything to do with any of these calls or letters or
It's coming in. Ask your question.
I just think he could ask the question instead of reading from the document.
Your objections for the record is preserved. Ask the question, Mr.
So
Janway.
you wrote, quote, I can accept your thinking and or believing I was making calls and sending letters because you wanted to believe Mark, and it could be possible. However, I did not, and I don't know who, although I have my suspicion. And who was it that you suspected was making these phone calls and leaving these things around the house?
Objection, speculation.
Was there an objection?
A speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Who'd you suspect of doing this?
Oh, Mark, absolutely. She said Mark was weird and strange.
You wrote, I can tell you one thing. I have not been up in Kenosha after the last time I saw you. If someone said that they saw me and or my car, they are mistaken, and that is putting it in a gentlemanly manner. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
And when you say that's putting it in a gentlemanly manner, what do you mean by that?
Well, I guess, I could have gotten angry and been upset, but I was being a gentleman and saying that it wasn't me.
And if you weren't being a gentleman, you would have said whoever said that was lying.
Absolutely.
Now, when you sent this letter, where were you living?
I was in an apartment in Niles.
In Niles, Illinois.
That is correct.
And then at some point after that, you moved from Niles, Illinois, correct?
That is correct.
Where did you move to?
North Carolina.
Now, how far is Niles, Illinois from Kenosha?
About an hour drive.
And then you moved to South Carolina or
North Carolina.
North Carolina. And how far is North Carolina from Kenosha?
About 14 hours.
And how long did you live in North Carolina?
To 97 or 98. 1997, 1998, somewhere
So you,
around there.
so you moved to North Carolina in what year?
I think it was 92 or 3.
And you lived there until 97 or 98.
Yes.
Now, did you at any time ever make any hang-up phone calls to the Jensen residence?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever make any harassing or obscene phone calls to Mark Jensen's office?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever have access to or leave around the Jensen residence or Mark Jensen's workplace any obscene photos, particularly photos depicting a man's erect penis and a woman's face in close proximity thereto?
Absolutely not.
Never, under any circumstances at any time.
Never.
Now, you said that Julie ended the affair by, did she call you or tell you in person?
I wish I could remember. I believe it was in person, but I again,
I only want you to
Okay.
answer what you can remember.
okay.
Now, after she told you that she was terminating the affair, how much longer did she remain employed at that place?
Oh, I didn't even know that she quit. She just started not showing up. Nobody told me anything. She just wasn't there.
Well, how much time elapsed between the
Oh,
point when
almost
she-
immediately, I think it was. Yeah, it was immediately. It was, yeah.
Did you want to continue this relationship with Julie?
Yes, I would have, but she did not want to.
So what kind of a person was Julie when you were dating her or going out with her? What are you
Objection,
doing with her?
relevance.
Overruled.
What kind of a person was she?
You want me? Okay. Julie was the kindest woman I have ever met in my life. She was a great mother. She loved children. Like I said, she was the finest woman I have ever known. And that was just a short period of time. And that was the opinion of many others, because it wasn't only my observation. It was the people that she had worked with previously. They all thought highly about her.
Thank you. Mr. Tarika, I don't have any further questions.
Who's doing the cross?
I am.
Go ahead.
Krause. So, Mr. Tariq, I want to talk to you about that weekend that you spent in Kenosha. Okay?
I'm listening.
You went to the Jensen house for the weekend.
Pardon me?
You went to the Jensen house for the weekend.
Correct.
You initially thought that you might stay for dinner,
Correct.
but you ended up staying until Sunday.
Yes.
You knew that Mr. Jensen was out of town.
Yes.
And after dinner on Friday, Julie Jensen asked you to stay over.
Yes.
And she asked you to sleep with her in her marital bed.
Yes.
And you did.
Yes.
And you spent the entire weekend with Miss Jensen in that home.
Yes.
And as you testified on direct, you had a sexual relationship with her.
Yes.
And that was that weekend.
Yes.
And that include sexual intercourse with Miss Jensen?
Yes.
And it also include oral sex?
No.
It did not.
No.
Do you remember testifying previously in this case?
Yes.
Tony, today that you did not have oral sex with Miss Jensen?
I don't remember oral sex with her. No.
I guess my question is, do you not remember or it didn't happen?
I don't enjoy oral sex. So I would have put a stop on any type of oral sex.
All right. So you remember having sexual intercourse with Miss Jensen?
Yes.
And that same weekend, their child was also in the home,
Yes.
and that was David Jensen.
Yes.
And he would have been, what, around 1 year old?
Yes. Somewhere around there.
And you actually brought toys for David Jensen,
Correct.
and you spent time with him.
Yes.
After that weekend and that sexual relationship, she broke it off with you.
Yes.
And that was a day or two later.
Probably.
She told you not to contact her anymore?
Correct.
She told you not to tell anyone about the weekend you had together?
Correct.
And it was very sudden when she broke off this relationship.
Correct.
You were shocked that she didn't want to continue the relationship.
I don't know if the word shocked is the right word. I accepted what she said.
Disappointed?
Disappointed, yes.
Disappointed that she was going to stay with her husband.
I had mixed feelings.
And Julie Jensen left Dean Witter right after this weekend.
That's to my recollection, yes.
And she didn't tell you she was leaving.
No, she did not.
Someone else told you that she had already left.
I eventually found out, yes, she left.
By someone else.
Yes.
And that was within a day or two after that weekend.
No.
How long was it?
It was a couple weeks, I believe.
So after a day or two, she tells you that she doesn't want you to contact her anymore.
I don't remember exactly when she said it.
I thought you testified under direct that it was 1 or 2 days later that she told you that she didn't want to continue the relationship.
It could have been 1 or 2 days. I don't remember the exactly 1 or 2 days.
It was shortly after that
Shortly
weekend.
afterwards is better.
I want to talk to you about the time between 1992 and 1997.
Okay.
You had moved from Illinois.
Yes,
You had moved to North Carolina.
correct.
But your contact with Illinois didn't stop.
That's correct.
You continued to have and come back to Illinois.
Yes,
You had a daughter in Illinois.
correct.
You had a sister in Illinois.
Yes,
Your parents were living in Illinois.
correct.
So it'd be fair to say a couple of times a year you would come back to Illinois.
Correct.
And sometimes it would be more depending on what was going on with your daughter.
No,
Never more than 2 times a year.
it would be 2 or 3 times a year,
Okay.
but never more than 1 or 2 days.
That's not what I asked, sir. I asked
Okay.
about times.
And then I misheard you.
Okay. So it's possible, depending on what was going on with your daughter, you would come back more than 1 or 2 times a year.
More than likely, at the most 3, at the most.
Now, you knew Julie Jensen through working at Dean Witter,
Correct.
and you knew that Julie actually studied for and received her Series 7's broker license.
I knew Julie was registered in order to take orders, yes.
And you need a Series 7 broker's license in order to take orders.
That is correct.
Now, you knew after talking to Julie Jensen during this friendship that Mark Jensen was also a stockbroker.
Yes.
You talk about your families,
Did we talk? Yes, we talked about our families.
talk about your children.
Correct.
And you talked about where Mr. Jensen worked.
No,
So you didn't know that he was working as a stockbroker?
I knew he was working as a stockbroker. We didn't talk about Mark.
So you had testified on direct that Julie had told you that Mark was weird and odd or strange. So
Correct.
you did talk about Mark.
She volunteered that. I didn't ask.
I didn't ask if you asked her. I asked if you talked about him.
That was basically it. I didn't want to hear about Mark.
But she did offer
She did offer
information.
this. Yes, she did.
Now, in January of 1992, you received a call from someone in the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
Give me the date again, please.
Sometime in January of 1992.
I'm somewhere in January 1992.
He would have called you about
Yes.
whether you had been making calls or
Okay.
leaving letters, correct?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Not really.
Do you remember talking to a law enforcement officer on the phone about letters and phone calls?
I remember when I was down in North Carolina, okay, getting phone calls. I don't remember any phone call from in January.
In January of 1992 is when you sent that letter to Julie Jensen.
Correct.
And that was after she had asked you not to contact her.
I sent the letter.
After she had asked you not to contact her.
Correct.
And the letter wasn't the only thing you had sent to her. You also sent a Christmas card.
Yes.
And you received this call from the Pleasant Prairie police officer who was upset that you had lied to him about contacting Julie Jensen.
Okay, let's go. No,
You didn't receive that call
I
from
rece-
Sergeant Hunter?
I don't remember a call from Hunter. I think maybe in January. I don't recall that call. Okay, I recall. I don't remember when I received the call from him.
Do you remember Sergeant Hunter being angry at you because you had lied to him about whether you had contacted Julie Jensen?
I did not lie.
Do you remember that that's what Detective Hunter said to you, or Sergeant Hunter said to you?
Objections hearsay, Your Honor. He said he didn't lie.
Sustain.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 59.
Okay.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Actually, I don't.
You don't remember receiving that in the mail?
I don't remember receiving it. No.
You don't
I
remember receiving a harassment ticket?
No.
Do you remember testifying about the harassment ticket?
Yes, I do, but I don't remember receiving it.
So you don't ever remember receiving this ticket in the mail from Sergeant Hunter for harassment?
I remember receiving a citation. Okay, I don't remember what it looked like or what it was. Since I didn't do anything, since I didn't contact her.
So your testimony today is that you didn't contact her.
My definition of contact, okay, the definition that is in the dictionary is physically going to see. I sent a letter to her sister-in-law. That's what I did.
You also sent a Christmas card to her.
Well, the Christmas card was the letter.
And this citation that you received from the Pleasant Prairie Police Department was for harassment.
Okay,
And it was issued to you on January 14th of 1992,
okay,
8 days after you had sent the letter to Julie Jensen.
all right.
In January of 2008, you were subpoenaed to testify in a hearing in Kenosha County.
Okay,
Is that true?
I couldn't tell you.
You don't
one way or
remember
the-
testifying?
Pardon me?
You don't remember testifying?
Ask the question once more time, please.
In January of 2008, you were subpoenaed to testify in a hearing in Kenosha County.
2008.
It was actually in Walworth County.
Oh, okay, yes.
And at that time, you knew there was a warrant out for your arrest.
I didn't know. I questioned it.
You asked the prosecution if there
Yes.
was a warrant out for your arrest.
Yes,
Because you had never paid that harassment citation.
that is correct.
And they told you that they would look into it.
Yes,
And they told you not to worry about it.
yes.
And that it would be taken care of.
They didn't tell me that it would be taken care of. They said they would look at it. Okay. That's basically it.
I'm going
I
to
didn't know the outcome.
refer counsel to the the transcript from January 24th, 2008.
Page number,
I believe it's 91 of 130. One of 130.
yeah, my page number starts at 188.
22.
222,
Yeah.
okay.
Maybe that's not the one, sorry.
Two 222, what line?
Through 6. Mr. Tarika, you testified on January 24th, 2008.
I would imagine I don't have the timeline in
Get
front
back
of me.
closer to the microphone.
I do not have the timeline in front of me, but if you say I was testified, I testified.
And you were asked about this outstanding warrant.
Okay,
And your testimony was, I told them I thought there was a warrant still outstanding for it. The court asked you, what were you told? And you answered, they said they'd look into it and it would be taken care of.
all right. If that's what I testified, my memory was better then.
Right.
Regarding.
And you understood that mean that they would take care of the warrant.
Mhm. I made them aware of the warrant.
And they said to you, they would look into it and it would be taken care of.
I still don't know what the disposition of that was.
You weren't arrested.
That's correct.
You didn't pay the citation.
That's correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about this tape recorder incident that you testified to from 1991 or 1992.
Fine.
You said that you were in the home and it was that Saturday,
I believe it was Saturday.
and Julie Jensen went to the garage.
Yes.
And was there a phone in the garage?
No. I couldn't tell you if there was a phone or not.
And then she came back in with a tape recorder.
Correct.
And she said, look what I found, or Mark's been recording my messages.
Correct.
And was it like a handheld tape recorder?
Yeah, it was a small tape recorder.
It was like a mini cassette?
I don't know if it was a mini one or if it was, it was a small recorder.
Was it the type of cassette that you'd find in an answering machine?
No.
So it was different than a cassette you would find in an answering machine.
Yes.
And how was it different?
As I said, it was a small recorder and it was a tape recorder.
So the handheld tape recorder is not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about that tape cassette. Is it the type that you would find in an answering machine?
I do not believe so. I believe it was a regular one about this big.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe their answering machine?
No.
And the message that you heard on the tape was like a message that had been left.
Yes. It was a tape recorder machine. It's about yay big. The tape was about yay big.
Thank you, sir. Now, you talked a little bit about the calls that you had a conversation with your boss at Dean Whittaker.
Yes.
And you testified that they had looked at your phone records.
Correct.
And those were your work phone records.
Yes.
And it'd be fair to say that from 1992 to 1997, you were out of the area.
Yes,
You didn't live in Kenosha.
that's correct.
You didn't live in Racine.
Correct.
You were always outside of the state.
Always.
Now, this weekend that you spent with Julie Jensen, that wasn't the only weekend that wasn't the only time you actually spent with her son.
That's correct.
You had other meetings with Julie Jensen that her son was present for.
There were play dates
Play dates between her child and your child.
and others.
At your house?
No,
At her house?
no.
Now, you testified that at first you and Julie were friends,
Correct.
and that friendship grew.
Correct.
And it grew as you talked about your friends and families
And children.
and children. You discussed your brothers and sisters.
We discussed family. I think it was that weekend.
And she told you about her mother.
She briefly touched on it.
She talked about her mother being an alcoholic.
She briefly touched on it. She didn't go into great detail.
And in that packet from the letters that you sent to her, you actually sent her an article about being a child of an alcoholic mother.
Correct.
She also talked to you about who her brothers were.
Yes.
And that's how you knew where Jill Griffin lived in order to send those letters.
Yes.
She told you that her marriage was failing.
She was unhappy.
And you talked to her about how you were unhappy and your marriage was failing.
My marriage was going through a divorce.
And at some point, you talked to her about that.
Yes.
And you actually took her to your divorce lawyer.
Once.
One time you took her to your divorce lawyer.
Once. Yes.
And at some point, she filed for divorce.
I found out afterwards. Yes.
You found out afterwards that she had filed for divorce?
I found out after 1999 or something like that. I didn't know that she filed for divorce while we were seeing each other,
Because
or
she had,
even after until the trial.
because she had cut off all contact with you
That is correct.
after that weekend.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Anything from the state?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Directing your attention, I'm going to put that previous testimony in context. So directing court and counsel's attention to page 222, line 2. This was already read to you. The witness, I told them was, I thought there was a warrant still outstanding for it. The court, what were you told? The witness, they said they'd look into it and it would be taken care of. That's the question and answer you gave in 2008, correct?
Correct.
And then,
Judge, is there a question?
He's
Are we
trying to
just reading
clarify
from-
what you crossed on. You
Okay.
can get into that.
I don't have any problem with him getting into it. I just think we should ask Mr. Tarika questions.
I did ask him a question, he gave an answer.
Let's,
I only read from the transcript when he gave
the
a
question
different
is
answer.
allowable. You got into it
I don't have any
very
problem with,
deeply.
I don't have any problem with
So
the
don't
question.
object to what he's trying to do with this witness.
May I continue?
Go ahead,
So,
Mr. Jones.
The question was posed, witness, they said they'd look into it and it would be taken care of. Mr. Elby, thank you, Judge. Question, have you been told that it had been taken care of? Answer, no. Question, but that's your understanding. Answer, sir, I don't know. So when you were asked about it back then, you didn't know either, did you?
That's correct.
So your testimony then is consistent with your testimony now.
That's correct. I still don't know the disposition.
Now, let's talk about this harassment citation that you received from Sergeant Hunter. Did you ever harass Julie Jensen?
Absolutely not. I
And
loved her.
This letter that you sent to her, it had your return address in the upper left-hand corner, correct?
Correct.
And it contained a Christmas card.
Correct.
And that wasn't harassing, was it?
No.
And then it contained, I don't know, an article about a sleeping cat feels the nudge of reality. I don't know why you sent that, but that was in there.
You
And
know,
that wasn't harassment, was it?
no.
And then there was some cartoons that you added, Ziggy cartoons. And then another article, where do nice guys and gals really finish? That was included in there, correct?
Yes.
None of that was harassing, was it?
I didn't believe so. No.
And this entire letter that you sent to her, which starts out, dearest Julie, that wasn't harassment either, was it?
No.
Which is why you never, ever entered a plea of guilty or no contest to a charge of harassment that was issued against you by Officer Hunter.
That is absolutely correct.
Because you didn't harass Julie Jensen.
That is absolutely correct.
And after Julie Jensen told you that she was breaking off the relationship, you never had any further contact with Julie besides this letter. Is that true?
That is absolutely correct. I respected her.
You never sent any letters to her besides this one?
None.
You never left any penis photos around her house or around her husband's place of business?
No.
Judge, I didn't go into that on cross.
You questioned him that maybe he was back in Illinois for periods of time. So this is all allowable. All
You
your
never-
inferences that you said to him. So go ahead, Mr. Jambois.
You never made any harassing or hang up phone calls to Julie Jensen or Mark Jensen?
Absolutely not.
No further questions.
Cross.
Thank you. Ms. Jensen asked you not to contact her, correct, after she broke off the relationship?
Correct.
You did contact her by mail.
I sent Julie a card and a letter
In the mail.
in via her sister-in-law
In the mail.
in the mail.
Thank you. And after that, you received a call from the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
Objection. This has been asked and answered. It wasn't.
We got back into the harassment issue, so I'll give her some leeway here.
Your definition of contact is different than mine. I sent the letter.
Sir, that's not what I asked you. I asked you if you received a telephone call.
Hey, hang on. Let him finish. He was trying to finish. Don't interrupt him. I know you don't like the answer, but let him finish.
Judge, I have no problem with the answer. That's not the question I asked.
But
So
you
I wish to-
interrupted him, and you're interrupting me. So let him finish the answer, and then you could say, that's not what I asked you.
I forgot the question.
The question was, and after you had sent the letter, you received a phone call from the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
I don't remember the phone call, but obviously I did get it. Okay. And go ahead.
And after you spoke to Sergeant Hunter, you received a harassment citation in the mail.
Like I said, yes.
And you didn't enter a not guilty plea to that citation.
I didn't go up. No.
You didn't send a letter disputing the claim.
No.
It turned into a warrant.
I don't know if there was a warrant or not. Okay.
You were concerned that it was a warrant.
Correct.
And at no point were you arrested on the warrant.
No,
And at no point did you pay any citation.
I did not pay any citation. No.
And it was your understanding that the prosecution was going to look into it and take care of it.
Take care of it.
I'm not asking what that means, but that was your understanding.
They would look into it. You know, as far as take care of it, I would hope that they would take care of it. Okay. But, you know, my testimony in, can I go on, Judge? My testimony in court wasn't predicated on that. I called when I heard on the radio what had happened. I called the DA's office and made myself available.
Judge, I would move to strike as unresponsive.
Objection. It was responsive.
It's going to stay in the record. And we're kind of beating this issue way too much. So you want to continue, go ahead.
I don't want to continue, Judge, but when I ask a question and there's a bunch of extra stuff about him contacting the DA's office that I did not ask, I'd move to strike that as unresponsive.
And I
We were
object.
talking-
I object. I thought his response was a fair response to her question.
I agree, it'll stay part of the record. Let's continue.
So at some point you contacted the DA's office after you found out about Julie Jensen's death?
Yes, I heard it on the radio.
And do you remember who you spoke to?
In the DA's office?
Yes.
No.
Did you give them a statement as to what you remembered?
I left my name and phone number and you know, I don't remember. I would imagine they called me back, but I know, I remember that when I heard it on the radio, what had happened to Julie, I called the Kenosha DA and made myself available.
And after you called the Kenosha DA and made yourself available, do you remember if they called you back?
That would be the only way, yes, yes.
And it was when they called you back that you asked them about the warrant? Or you just talked to them about Julie Jensen?
I could not tell you, but it wasn't about the warrant. It would have been about Julie Jensen. And then the only time I would have mentioned the warrant if I had to come up to Wisconsin, because I wasn't coming up to, I never came up to Wisconsin.
So the only time you mentioned the warrant to the DA's office was when they subpoenaed you to testify in court.
Yes.
Now, when you talked to the DA's office after Julie Jensen's death, did you tell them what you knew about Julie Jensen?
When I told them, what did I tell them? Please, would you?
Did you tell them what you knew about Julie Jensen?
They would have asked me, you know, when I told them I wanted to help, they would have asked me. It's 30 years ago.
Right.
Okay. But they would have asked me what I knew, or they would have had questions. So they would have asked me.
And you would have answered those questions?
Absolutely.
And it was just to the DA's office, not to law enforcement?
I didn't talk to law enforcement. Okay. Other than when they called me twice in North Carolina.
Okay. Nothing further, sir. Thank you.
All right, we're done with this witness.
We are, Your Honor. I don't have any questions to this.
We're done with this witness. I'll say it again. You can go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's the next witness?
So we'll be continuing with Jason Ruff now.
Who's that?
Jason Ruff, the computer analyst.
You're gonna bring him back?
He's here, so he's
All right.
ready to. So we can do.
I'm gonna swear you in again, Mr. Ruff. You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Anytime you're ready, Ms. McNeil.
So, Mr. Ruff, I was asking you, when we broke yesterday, I was asking you some further follow-up questions about the Excel internet history that you had created. So I'm just going to direct your attention to the screen. All right. So again, is this the most complete version of the internet history that you were able to determine from the Jensen home computer?
Correct.
So now there's obviously we showed you a lot yesterday, but there's some items in this internet history that were not in yesterday's presentation, correct?
That is correct.
And
yes.
those are the items without HTML files.
That is correct. Yes.
All right. So did you, when reviewing the internet history of this computer, see things that appeared to be attempts to access pornography sites?
Yes. Yes, I did.
So directing your attention to line 2240 of this exhibit, is there a search that is contained in that line?
Yes, there is.
And was it a search for dick size?
That is correct.
Now I'm going to move to line 2219. Now looking at that particular line, is this another pornographic search?
It appears that way, yes.
And this one at the end of that line particularly references oral sex or fellatio?
It does.
Now directing your attention to line 2121 of that spreadsheet, does this appear to be a website that is accessed that is pornographic in nature?
It appears that way.
And it's www.erectguys.com.
That is correct.
And so I'm certainly not going to ask you about all of the various sites of this nature that were accessed, but in particular, you did see websites accessed that would be consistent with nude males who were erect?
Yes, correct.
And then with oral sex?
Correct.
All right, so now I'm going to move further up in this document. So looking at line 604 of this document, I'll try to put it near the top. Did you see a website that was accessed that was asperlineLogHomes.com?
Correct.
And then moving further up. Now, looking at line 508 of this document, I'm putting that on the top again. Do you see another Yahoo search reflected here?
I do, indeed.
And this would be on 11/22/1998 at 5:01 p.m.?
Correct, yes.
And was that a search for drug interactions?
It was.
And does that appear to be part of a browsing session where Anatomy Adam was accessed?
Yes, yes, it does.
Including that particular poison button that we talked about?
Yes.
Then just going up a little bit further. Looking at lines 502 and 503, some prescription drug site is being accessed. Does that look correct?
Yeah, on rxlist.com. Correct.
And during that same browsing session, it appears?
Correct. Correct. Sorry.
And then the way the line 503 ends, it's the drug equals BENAD.
Yes.
And then going up to line 499, again with the RX list, does that end with DIHYDRAM?
It does.
And then it's a .htm.
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to move up a little bit further. So on 11/26/1998 at 11:06 p.m., if we look at line 473 and then also line 471, there appears to be a search for potassium chloride.
Yes.
And then shortly thereafter, some website is accessed about pool solutions.
That is correct.
Now moving up a little bit further. Referring now to, this would be lines 445 and 446. Does it appear that a website is accessed for Sierra antifreeze?
It does.
And this is taking place at 4:21 a.m.
Correct.
And then moving up a little bit further. We start seeing on December 2nd of 1998, we start seeing internet activity at 4:31 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it appears that the user at that time is accessing websites about Volvo cars.
Correct.
And then just a few minutes later, the user goes to the RX list again, correct?
That is correct.
And is this what we saw on the presentation, the rxlist.com, where paroxetine or that Paxil website is accessed?
I believe so, yes.
And so that's right after the Volvo car website?
Correct.
Now, regarding this Jensen home computer, I'm just going to have another quick question about that. Did you see amongst the installed programs on that computer TurboTax?
I did not, no.
So you saw Quicken and we talked about Quicken, but you didn't see TurboTax?
I did not.
Okay, so now I'm going to move on to a couple other devices that you accessed. So did you review 2 computers that were seized from the Stiefel workplace in 2002?
Correct. Yes.
And is it your understanding that one of those devices was Mr. Jensen's personal computer,
Correct.
and then another was a work computer from there?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be item G and item F.
Correct.
Now, for both of those devices, did you do the same type of review as you did for the Jensen home computer in terms of making sure it was an accurate forensic image?
I did. Yes.
And then in your review of both of those computers, did you find pornographic images in both?
I did.
Now, specifically, I would like to direct your attention to item F, which would have been the personal computer. And I'm going to show you the next slide and let me know what this is supposed to represent, this image here.
So this image is from that computer itself. It's a screenshot from a program that we use called X-Ways, which basically lays out the entire file structure of the computer that was seized. In this specific file, I have it open so that the images folder is open, and you can see that there are various folders in there within the images folder, and I believe in total 811 files in that master file.
Okay, and then just a kind of a closer up view of that on the next slide. So are these files that we're seeing, these folders, they contain images? So you mean like pictures?
Correct.
And these files are by no means automatic computer files, right?
Absolutely not.
They're created by the user of the computer.
Correct.
And these images appear to be categorized.
Yes.
So for instance, there is a folder that's called D average.
Correct.
Containing images.
Yes.
And then a folder that's called D large containing images.
Correct.
And then we see a folder that's called D small, also containing images.
Correct.
And then there's various folders labeled oral with
Yes.
numbers after them.
Yes.
And then there's also a folder called favorites.
Correct.
And do all of these contain images?
They do.
So did you do the same thing with this particular computer in terms of creating a virtual machine so we could see what the photos looked like?
I did, yeah, to represent what it would have looked like when you opened up the folder itself.
Okay, to see what the folder looked like. And to be clear, for this aspect of your testimony, Mr. Ruff, you actually did look in these folders and look at the images, correct?
I did, correct.
But for the next video, we're going to see we're not opening those images, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so now we see it more as the user, well, really as the user would have seen it, these categorized folders.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so when you looked at the images in D average, what were they?
Penises.
And also D large?
Same thing, male genitalia.
And then D small?
Again, penises.
What about what was in favorites?
Favorites, it was just more pornography, penises, naked people in general.
And then in these folders that are labeled oral, what did that depict, those images?
Oral sex.
And so was that a female performing oral sex on a male?
Correct.
All right, so now on this computer, did you also examine what was in the recycle bin?
I did.
And did you take an image of what was in the recycle bin?
I did.
And did you see that there was various things that were apparently deleted or put in the recycle bin?
Yes.
Okay, so what is this icon that reads "Come on her face"?
That is an internet file. So like a link to an internet file. I'm assuming, well, yeah, it's a link to an internet file.
And the thing below it, free pics of big cocks, is that the same thing?
That is the same thing.
All right. In this computer, did you also, using the virtual machine, did you also see what was tagged as a favorite on the internet?
Correct.
All right. And so I'm going to show that next. And again, this doesn't contain images, correct?
No.
And so there was a folder on the internet that was, this is kind of hard to see, but that was labeled smut.
Yes.
And then it had various seemingly pornographic websites connected to that.
That is correct.
Now, looking at this particular computer and also the other computer that was in the office in 2002, were you specifically asked to look for any references in those two computers for the phrase warm Irish eyes?
Yes.
And what did you see when you looked for that?
So I found internet history related to warm Irish eyes in it's called the redirect internet history. So it'd be sort of like if you go to a website, you click on something and then something else opens up, or let's say you log into an email or something like that, and then it redirects you to that URL. It was in that URL string.
Okay, and so what did that suggest to you that warm Irish eyes was connected to?
It was tied to some sort of Yahoo email box.
Okay. Now, in this case, did you also examine items that were referred to as zip disks?
I did indeed, yes.
And so what is a zip disk?
So a zip disk was kind of a very somewhat short-lived. If you remember what a floppy disk sort of looked like, zip disk was basically like a floppy disk in what it sort of looked like. You needed a special thing to actually read it on your computer. But essentially what it is like a precursor to what we would think of as thumb drives, USBs, and things like that. It was just a bigger way to store information and transfer it between computers that had the ability to read those disks.
Okay, so today we wouldn't use zip disks. We would use thumb drives.
That is correct.
And in terms of this particular item, there was 5 of them. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on one of them, did you see various images that were saved?
Yes, I did.
And did you actually also on that same item, did you see emails that were saved?
Yes.
Okay, so, and again, is this based upon your review of the images made by Brad Haller?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so now looking at the next image on the screen, is this what you found on one of those zip disks?
Correct.
Okay, and so what is this?
So that is an email that was pulled off of the actual zip disk itself that was saved onto it.
Okay, and is this how the user would have seen the email?
For the most part, they wouldn't have seen like the header and footer on the bottom, so they wouldn't have seen like that long string of kind of where it says content type HTML. It would have been rendered in whatever mailbox they would have been reading it in.
But in terms of the top section from
Correct.
to
Yes, correct.
the subject,
The subject and the content, yes.
and in this particular email that was sent, the subject was, quote, "my dick," unquote.
Correct.
And then the only content of the email in terms of typing in it is missing it
Yes,
with a bunch of question marks.
correct.
Now, on this zip disk, was like this an actual like email file?
Yes.
So it wasn't like a screenshot of an email?
No, it was the actual email file.
And so because it was the actual email file, were you able to actually see the email address from where this was sent from?
Correct.
And so this was sent from the email address of mjensen@execpc.com.
Correct.
And it was sent to the email address of mjensen@execpc.com.
Correct.
And so I take it back in 1998, one could send an email to oneself just like you can today.
That is correct.
But it appears that the names here are changed. The email address is the same, but the names are different. So could the user just change these names for from and to?
Correct.
So whoever sent the email could have just typed in the new
Correct.
names. And so now, given that this is an actual email file, we can see that, the from and the to, and we can also see the names of the attachments.
That is correct. Yes.
And this particular email, it had, I believe, 8 attachments. Is that correct?
That is true.
And they all have the names hung one
Yes.
and then just numbers after them.
Yes.
Okay. This email did have pornographic images attached to it.
Correct.
Okay. And you've seen those.
Yes.
Okay. And so now I will be showing what was attached to this email. Does this slide accurately show 4 of the 8 attachments to this email?
It does.
And does this next slide show the next 4 attachments to this email?
It does.
Okay, so now there's 3 emails that were on this disk, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so this next email, this is now from Monday, April 13th, 1998.
That is correct.
And it's also appears to be from Turtle to Mark Jensen.
Correct.
Okay, and then just to read the content of this email, it says, "Here's a few for Jay of me soft. Also a shot I took without her knowing it of a married girl in the office I'm currently doing at a nearby hotel." Is that accurate in terms of what the content of this email read?
That is accurate.
And again, this wasn't a screenshot of an email, it was an actual email saved.
It was an actual email, yes.
So then you can see who sent or the address from which this was sent.
Correct, yes.
And just like the last one, it's from M. Jensen to M. Jensen
Correct.
with the names changed.
Yes.
And then just like the last one, this one also has pornographic images attached to it.
That is correct.
And this one has 4.
Correct.
And it just continues along with the numbering of hung 1.
Yes.
So 1 is hung 1 and the last 2 are just hung with numbers after them.
Yes.
And then there's also an image that is labeled 2 hidden 20. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so does this email, are these images pornographic?
They are.
And did you see them?
I did.
Okay. So showing you what was attached to the email on the next slide. So does that accurately depict what was attached to that email?
It does.
Okay, so now looking at the third and final of these emails. This one also indicates that it's from Turtle to Mark Jensen. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the subject for this one is what you want to see.
Yes.
And the date would be Thursday, 30th of April, 1998.
Correct.
All right. And then in terms of the content of this email, this one has a little bit more. So the first line is that want to see more ?
Yes.
And then the next is don't believe it's me ?
Yes.
Don't expect me to show my face, but had the forethought to personalize for a couple of pics. Enjoy.
Correct.
Or as the case may be or is, feel bad.
Yes. Yes.
And then there's numbers 1, her place while hubby gone before doing me online.
Correct.
Number 2, at the motel near office where I do the office girl.
Correct.
Number 3, me outside bathroom door at motel.
Correct.
And then 4, 5, 6, her place on cam, sliding doors are across from where she is sitting in prior pic. Other side of pewter, note the post-it, note on her shoulder, enough said.
Yes.
Okay, and then this one we can see the actual email too.
Correct.
So once again, this is from M. Jensen to M. Jensen,
Yes.
and the names have simply been changed, or at least the initial name was changed to Turtle.
Sorry. Correct.
And so we can see that there are attachments to this email as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this one has 6.
Yes.
All right. And did you look at those attachments?
I did.
And did they contain pornographic images?
They did.
Okay. So looking at the next slide, does this accurately reflect the pornographic images that were contained, attached to that email?
Yes.
And then looking at the following slide, does this contain the other 2 images attached to that email?
Correct.
And the content of that email, it said something about a Post-it note.
Yes.
Okay, so if we zoom in on the Post-it note, does that, I know it's a little bit hard to see, but does that say hi, Jay?
It does.
All right, and then also on the zip disks, did you see screenshots that were saved of the zip disks?
Correct.
Or screenshots that were saved on the zip disks?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so I take it back in 1998, it was possible to take a screenshot of a computer?
Yeah.
But back in 1998, that was far less common than today?
Yes. Far less common.
However, that is what you discovered and saw on this disk.
Yeah. There were several screenshots that look very similar to this, just different writing and pictures, obviously.
And so did those contain pornographic pictures?
Yes.
And so this just appears to be like the background of a computer?
Correct.
And so because it's a screenshot, that's what the user could see on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, and so what's centered in the middle here, does that appear to be some kind of pornographic related chat?
Yes. Some sort of chat, video chat, website, or application.
So whatever existed back on the internet in 1998?
Yes.
And one of these individuals is labeled Hung One?
That is correct.
Now also open in the background of this screenshot, do we see a program?
Yes.
And that is Trading Expert Pro for Windows?
That is correct.
Is that a stock trading program?
I believe so.
Now we're returning for a second back to the Jensen home computer. Did you take a look at the Jensen home computer and determine whether you saw the M. Jensen email address on that home computer?
I did.
And is this slide going to show us a video of what you saw?
Yes, the slide will show you the email address and account information as it relates to this computer.
So in the Jensen home computer, we have the name that was input of Mark Jensen and then the mjensen@execpc.com email address.
Correct.
And how did you access this screen of the home computer?
Through the virtual machine.
And then what did you have to click on to actually get to this screen?
I had to go into the actual systems control panel, so it's called the same thing nowadays, and then just went to the mail icon and clicked through basically the indicators.
And now we saw several emails in the Jensen home computer, one of which was this email from mjensen@execpc and then to Kelly Labonte.
Correct.
And it had to do with this article from The Street.
Correct.
And this was also the article that he appeared to send to other people at Stiefel.
Yes.
But this particular email is particularly to Labonte K.
Correct.
Okay, and in terms of the content, what was put in this email, is that right here where it says, hey, can't forget about you, can't, don't want to, IMY.
Yes.
And then above that, the email from Turtle,
Correct.
mjensen@execpc.com.
That is correct.
So Judge, I believe this State's Exhibit 55 has been moved. I think 54, which was the resume, was not moved yet, so I would move that exhibit.
All right, 54 is in.
And then I don't have any further questions.
Who's doing the cross for the defense?
I will be attorney runner.
All right, I think it's a good time to take our lunch break then. All right, 1:15, folks.
How we doing on sound now? Anything? Can you guys hear me at all? Yeah, okay, you can hear me now. Okay, good deal. Sorry, I'm not sure what was going on. But having some audio issues. Yeah, so we have the computer genius back, to wrap up the first half of the day, talking about more penis pics and Mark being a freak, man. He was into showcasing old Boy Scout there. So one would expect, right? If anything we've come to gather from this guy is that he definitely was a huge fan of dick, which is good for him being in prison, because he's surrounded by it at all times, and I'll have a chance to really get to know it on a personal level. Oof, yeah, he is definitely on creep status, man. This dude, man, he has got the look of a serial killer, which I can't be more serious. But you see him, you're looking at the guy, you know what I'm talking about. He definitely has the vibe of a dude with a skull in a freezer somewhere. You know what I mean? Yeah, crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Before I jump off here, I know we need to take a lunch break. Probably because he has no lips. He hates his own lips too, probably. I don't know about that. I'm just saying. Could have been something like that. I'm trying to play with this lighting here. It's causing issues. But what are you gonna do, huh? Either way. Where are we at? What was I gonna show you guys here? Let me bear with me for a minute here. Let me give you one of our favorites here. Whenever it comes down to dick talk, I always like to toss.
For some reason, I don't know why, just kind of sit around all day and draw pictures of dicks.
What?
Draw pictures of dicks.
Dicks? Like a man dick?
Yeah, like a man dick.
Yeah, like a man dick. That seems to be Mark's MO, man. Man, so there's some stuff happening around the country today that I was curious about. They're having the right now it is 1:00, so they're starting and I'm curious. They're having this March for Life going on out in DC, and I'm just curious if they're having. They always end up having protests and protesters. Counter protesters is what I'm going to say. Sorry, I'm trying to pull this up for you. Where we at? And I mean, it would appear that it's got a pretty sizable turnout from what I'm seeing, unless that's an old pic. Let me see if I can find DC. March for Life, attends DC. So it was going on yesterday as well. They had the expo from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and then Capitol Hill 101. So basically it's folks that are anti-abortion, and but like I said, it turns into all too often it can be a real brawl. You know what I mean? Folks end up it becomes a real fight. I mean, I'm curious now with Roe versus Wade and everything else going on, that how this will turn out this year, because they have the Walk for Life as well, which is going on in California. We'll see. Let me see. Sorry, guys, a little out. I was up dealing with something last night, all night, and ended up being man, it was a thing. It was an all nighter. So yeah, they're having the rally right now. It's massive. There's a lot of people there. Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about.
This moment is my great privilege to introduce to you my biggest hero and my twin sister, Miss Casey Gunning. Hello. Hello, pro-lifers of America. My name is Casey. I came from all the way from Colorado to announce to America and to the whole world. Life is good. The life is good and the life is good. Believe it or not, Sister Mary Casey is my twin sister. But she says she can't say how old she is, but I'm almost 40 years old. And I love my life. And I love my life. I went to college, and I worked in a daycare center for 15 years. I'm a gold medalist in Special Olympics, skiing, swimming, and bowling.
For her, man.
You should see me throw those strikes. I have an awesome life, a great family, and a very busy social life. I have Down syndrome, but Down syndrome does not define me. I'm defined by God. God put a price tag on every life. And he says, we are all priceless. Born and unborn, disability or not, we're all priceless. Some people say I'm handicapped, but I always say I'm handicapable.
I believe that's PC.
I am most capable of love.
Casey, there's a lot of pregnant women who have been told that they are pregnant with a child with Down syndrome. What do you want to tell those women?
Your child will be a blessing to you and to the world. And you will be the perfect mom.
I'm looking at.
God trusts you.
Okay, give it, deliver it.
Yeah, Atlanta.
All people with Down syndrome. Especially those who life is threatened in the room. America, we need you and you need us. And God bless you. God bless you.
Okay, let's go. Put your arms up.
A star is born. She was so good. Thank you, Sister Mary Casey and Casey Gunning. Beautiful. Well, role models are really important for us here at the March for Life. And one of my greatest pro-life role models is a woman by the name of Gianna Beretta Mola. Oh, good. She's a canonized saint in the Catholic Church. She lived in Italy. Saint Gianna. She lived in Italy. She was born in 1922. She was very strong in her faith. She loved life and she lived it to the full. She was a doctor.
I tell you what, guys. So yeah, this is if you're curious and you want to watch this directly, it's hashtag Why We March. It's live on YouTube. It's a March for Life. You know, this one is coming from EWTN. So if you're interested and you want to check that out, check it out. There's some other things that someone mentioned Atlanta, and I wanted to go ahead and pop in on that for a quick second and kind of show you guys. I don't know if you saw what was going on. And granted, I try to source my news from wherever I can. This was from a day ago. So, and you know, I didn't get the full details about everything, but this was from one day ago. Let me see. I got this is just about 12 hours ago. So just about 12, 13 hours ago. So let's take a look at let's take a look at this one real quick. So I'm gonna get rid of that one, and we're gonna give you guys this one here. Wish it was like, we had some cool bridge music or whatever, but you know, it's all live, so we're doing this the best we can right now. Where we at here? Okay, here we go. And I haven't seen this yet either. So this is news to me, literally, as is happening. So
tonight after a call was put out for reciprocal violence to police and their allies. Now this comes in retaliation to Wednesday's clash between activists and police at the future site of Atlanta's Public Safety Training Center. A multi-agency operation to clear trespassers from the property ended in a shootout. A trooper remains in critical condition tonight, and the activist accused of shooting the trooper was shot and killed by other officers.
Now, what I have seen, and this is something I want to keep so you guys know what's going on, is that there's been a huge outcry of anger and frustration about this person that got shot from a lot of people on the left that are really anti-police and Antifa and a lot of folks. And the thing that they're pointing out to keep in mind is that they shot at the police, right? And then the police shot back. And so 2 people were hit, but this person was killed. And I want to get my facts straight before I go any further into that. We're going to listen to more of this report and see what they have to say. So
Live Cody Elkhorn is live outside DeKalb County Jail, where those arrested during Wednesday's operation are still locked up. So Cody, these arrests seem to be just fueling the fire for these activists.
Ron, that's exactly right. There are several layers here, including the fact that these activists believe the charges that these protesters are facing, it's the charge of domestic terrorism, is a trumped up charge. You have that, plus the fact they are questioning the narrative being released by the GBI about what happened in that forest Wednesday morning when those shots rang out. And only going to fuel that fire in the next 24 hours is the fact tonight the GBI just confirmed to me there is no body camera footage showing that shooting. So it's only the officer's story here at play that we're going to hear. So you have that is fueling this rhetoric that has law enforcement tonight across Metro Atlanta on high alert.
This is just unnecessary and uncalled for.
A state trooper shot and an activist protest in the building of a new public safety training center is dead. The shooting happened Wednesday morning as law enforcement was clearing a portion of the property of trespassers. The GBI says 25 campsites were found and removed. Mortar-style fireworks, multiple edged weapons, pellet rifles, gas masks, and a blowtorch were confiscated. Plus 7 out-of-state activists who refer to themselves as forest defenders were arrested.
When you have outside groups that are coming in and taking over the narratives of those situations, again, it robs the citizens of Atlanta of their real voice to speak to their needs.
Just hours after Wednesday's shooting, a tweet was sent out with a call for retaliation.
So a call for retaliation. If you guys can't see this, it says consider this a call for reciprocal violence to be done to the police and their allies. On Friday, January 20th, wherever you are invited to participate in a night of rage in order to honor the memory of our fallen comrade. Defend the Atlanta forest, night of rage, Friday, January 20th, make them pay. So this is the kind of stuff that like I personally, it blows my mind that these things happen. You know what I mean? Like you don't see it. You're not okay. They can anyway. You're not going. The police are going to be, putting out a call to. It's funny they would argue that too. It's just wild. Yeah. This is where we're at.
Calling for violence against police and their allies. Twitter has since suspended the account. Charles Rambo is a retired lieutenant with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, and I asked him about this rhetoric.
It's very dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. These are the things that we have to prepare for as a law enforcement unit in protecting communities.
And can we touch on that point for a second? How is that not domestic terrorism? How is a call of all-out violence and organized assault on a group of people nationwide not considered terrorism? Like, how are those people not considered terrorists? Like, we're looking at all this J6 stuff and anything else has been going on. They're talking about these groups like the Proud Boys and whatnot, and how they're looked at as, domestic terrorists, and they're deemed a terrorist organization in Canada, and all these other groups, right? Patriot groups, liberal or conservative groups, all these people that are on the right. And I'm sitting back and I'm blown away and confused about how, dare I say, like, the woke world we live in allows this like hard leftist approach on anything to be an all-out call for violence. That count may be suspended on Twitter, but that the person who has initiated the account, that wrote the report, how they're not being investigated as a domestic terrorist. If I were to sit down as me, CJ here at CJ TV, and were to just write a report, hey guys, I want everyone to assault all, anybody that's from Mexico, anybody that's from Ireland. Tonight's a night of rage. I got beat up by an Irish guy, or I got pickpocketed by by an elderly man. I know an old guy told me. So this is a night of rage. Let's get back. You know what I mean? Like, something bad happened. So I want the whole world to unify in acts of violence because of what happened in this case. Yeah, how quick that I'd have, the FBI at my door immediately. I mean, I wouldn't even probably be able to finish the sentence before they were knocking at the door. Like, hey, why don't we have a chat? Just so you know, that's kind of not legal. You can't call people to acts of violence and not have there be reprisals for your, for what you're doing. My take. These are my takes. This is my feelings about it, as I've seen things for the last couple of years.
Compared at all times. Does it mean that it should have gone to this level? No, it should not.
Atlanta police put out this statement.
I don't know who the
Atlanta
allies are.
Police Department is aware of the call to violence made in retaliation to the January 18th, 2023 officer-involved shooting at the future site of the City of Atlanta's Public Safety Training Center. Our officer.
There's the question I would have for anybody that, and here's where I maintain my a neutral ground of bringing you information, right? This is where we sit, right here in the middle, just giving you what's happening. I have my personal feelings about it, obviously, but I don't come from a biased place. I try to source my information from anywhere and speak to my personal feelings about it. At times, but I really try to keep an open mind. But these types of things, and then like John is saying, who are the police allies? Friends, family, anyone who might support law enforcement. If that's the case and you happen to be in that category, like that would, this is like an all out call for violence against you. And in a world where we're trying to push the needle towards change and move in a direction of growth, calling for all out acts of violence against groups of people is preposterous. You know what I mean? Especially from groups that tend to wave the banner of fighting for people's like rights and for fighting for people's individual ability to be who they want to be. And we're going to look at a little bit at someone else that happened here that drove me. And I don't mind it. Actually, I'm at a point now where like I said, I maintain a pretty neutral ground, but there's so many things that I've just, you can't not say something about some of these things and things like this. Like I said, I'm seeing this for the first time too. So, this was made on the act of violence retaliation on January 18th. 2023.
Are on high alert, and we will
let you look
continue
at
our
it.
work to keep our streets safe for our residents, businesses, and visitors alike. We remain in close contact with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners and are grateful for their commitment to our shared goal of creating the safest communities possible for our city.
Here's the opportunity for you now to stand with your officers that put their lives on the line.
Now, Charles mentioned this rhetoric that has put law enforcement on high alert is exactly what this new modern day training facility will be able to do. Train law enforcement to respond to things like they're having to do right now out on the streets.
All right.
Okay, now what I'd like to do as well is point counterpoint if we can here. You know, I'd like to look at you know what other folks have to say about it. So it looks like this news outlet went ahead and they were able to interview some of the people that came out for the candlelit vigil for the activist, and the activist that was shot and killed was well, we'll have that for you in just a second here. But I'm gonna see if I can get this to play. I mean, a lot of times these things get a little bit. Again, this is a bit more comprehensive look at, but you know, from what I gather. Again, I'm seeing this for the first time with you guys, so we're viewing this together. Okay, here we go.
We're resisting all of this is
Yeah, give me a second here.
because we want to prevent things like this from happening.
Tonight, conflict and questions after a deadly clash this morning at a future police training site. It's been dubbed Cop City, and back in 2021, the Atlanta City Council voted to approve the facility to be built on the old prison farm site in southeast Atlanta.
And after months and months of debate, it turned deadly this morning. So here's what we know tonight, folks. It all started around 9 a.m. when officers ordered a man inside a tent in the woods to leave. And according to the GBI, the man did not comply and immediately shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper. Other officers then returned fire, striking the man. The man died at the scene. The state trooper is out of surgery and in the intensive care unit at Grady Hospital.
11 Alive's Cody Elkhorn was at a vigil held earlier this evening by numerous groups against the training facility for the protester who was killed. They are demanding that officials scrap their plans for that facility. Cody?
Yeah, Jennifer, a couple hundred protesters, actually including forest defenders, showed up in Little Five Points. They want the mayor, Mayor Dickens, to pull the plug on this training facility. They believe it will destroy one of the largest preserved forest areas in the city. However, a retired lieutenant with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office and current instructor points out, in a time when people are calling for police reform, better training, and transparency, this type of facility is needed.
Solid point.
A candlelight vigil was held on Wednesday night in Little Five Points to remember a protester the GBI said was living under this makeshift tent.
And I want to make sure to give, again, there's no body cam footage, you guys. So this is where the neutral ground will stand. There's no body cam footage. We don't know exactly what happened, how shots were actually fired. The reports came back one way, whatever, you know, I don't know. But the gentleman who was shot was Manuel Esteban Paez Turan, who is an activist from Atlanta. And they said this has been going on for months, right? So this has been something that's been happening for months. They've been dealing with this, apparently protesting against this this facility being built, which is obviously, you can tell they had 25 encampments that they removed. So yeah, it was the first that I've heard of it. So
And was shot and killed after shooting a state trooper.
There is no peaceful resolution as long as their end goal is to destroy the forest.
The forest, dubbed Cop City by protesters, is where the future City of Atlanta Public Safety Training Center will be built. It's about an 85-acre plot of land along Key Road, considered the largest remaining green space in metro Atlanta. A group of people that call themselves the Forest Defenders have been living in the forest, protesting the development.
This is not over.
While it's certainly not over, on the other side of the issue,
We're living in an era that has called for police reform, more accountability, and more transparency, and better training. This is that perfect example where we need facilities to be able to perform that training for good policing.
Charles Rambo, a retired lieutenant with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office and currently a training instructor, believes Governor Kemp may have to step in.
I believe in some instances you may have to step in with the sovereignty of the state to squarely and legitimately deal with this, particularly to make sure when you're dealing with these type of groups, they're dealing a lot with their sovereign rights and fundamental rights. And these are things that are covered under the state sovereign immunity, as well as the state's authority to act.
Now, the GBI says they arrested 4 people today as they were clearing the forest of who they described as trespassers. Now, at tonight's vigil, I was told there are still people hunkered down right now in the forest, whether it be on the ground or literally in tree houses they've built. Obviously, today was the biggest escalation we've seen in the clash between forest defenders and law enforcement, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens next.
So that's a group called the Forest Defenders, and defend the Atlanta forest at Defend ATL Forest. So they got this was a the Twitter account that they've got here, and I believe it looks like there's a video on that as well, which so this is the Defend the Atlanta Forest, and I believe there is a let's get over here and take a look at it. Where we at over here? So, autonomous fight for the future of South Atlanta. Stop Cop City. Submit via DM email. Defend the Atlanta Forest at protonmail.com. Telegram. Okay, so on January 18th, police murdered a forest defender. Saturday, January 21st, 5 p.m. Meet at Underground Atlanta. Wear black in mourning. Yeah, typically the call for all black is never a good one. You know, that's usually reach out to a certain group, and I'm just curious about where so Friday, January 20th, Wheelers Park, or Weelaunee Park, sorry, Weelaunee Park, at 6 p.m. So that's the vigil, right? Let me see. What is this one here? Safety Training Center. Okay. Defend Atlanta. Timothy 25 has moved to join the struggle after the December escalation and sits on a tree with no food or drink throughout the night, knowing they will be charged with domestic terrorism for exercising their right to protest. So I guess they are looking at them as domestic terrorists.
We all must answer to a higher. There comes a time when we all must take responsibility for our future, for our communities, for ourselves. We all must answer to a higher calling, beyond the simple facts of daily existence. We can't allow Cop City to be built. We will reach deep into our hearts for the courage and the fortitude required to see that this project is not completed, and that this life is not thrown away in vain.
I'm not sure what the Underground Atlanta is, but apparently at 5 p.m. It's popping off. Up at the top here, though, let's slide back up. They got hashtag Stop Cop City. I think this will probably be a bit more directed at anyway. This was this is the fellow that was shot. it doesn't show the hyperlinks as I get here. So it's Little Turtle was his nickname. Which was Tortuguita, Little Turtle, I guess. There is a breakdown about this individual. Okay, but what's interesting is, let's do this. And this is where it gets convoluted, okay? And if you look at this quote here, and I want to make sure I'm getting it from the right source here. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull this up. So Turan had first come to the forest months before we met. I fell in love with the woods, and I also fell in love with the community. The first time we spoke, they admitted that they mostly agreed to talk to me because it was raining and there wasn't much else to do. I was bored. Turan said with a shrug. We talked about politics and community building, about books, about music, about the environment, about education, about kids. Turan also spoke passionately and repeatedly about the moral and strategic virtues of nonviolent resistance. This is where it gets interesting. The right kind of resistance is peaceful because that's where we win. They told me, we're not going to beat them at violence. They're very, very good at violence. We're not. We win through nonviolence. That's really the only way we can win. We don't want more people to die. We don't want Atlanta to turn into a war zone. So it's wild to me. And it goes on. This report is a bit more comprehensive, and this is written by. Well, here I'll put the throw the link up here in the comments, so you guys can, if you want to read this a little bit further, bittersoutherner.com is where you can find this. And I've been thinking a lot about Turan's commitment to nonviolence today. Law enforcement and other cities of the forest defenders critics of the forest defenders have continually labeled the movement as violent, pointing to multiple acts of arson and property destruction as evidence. There are also evident incidences of throwing rocks, bottles, and on occasions, two largely effective Molotov cocktails in the direction of police. Forest defenders will point out that their movement is autonomous and decentralized, meaning that no one is giving orders or laying down rules. So there is no collective responsibility for any individual's actions. That may be true on a theoretical basis, but in reality, people outside of the forest defenders and their ardent supporters are making that distinction. That said, until the incident that killed Turan and wounded the trooper, until the incident that killed Turan and wounded the trooper, none of the so-called violent acts committed by the forest defenders led to any real injuries that I'm aware of. Some may consider property destruction in and of itself to be violent, but there's been a real blurring of the lines between that looser definition of violence. Looser. I would call it looser. Looser definition of violence, and the one that is aimed at actual people. But that's true. This really became evident to me when I was in Kenosha, when the riots were going on in Kenosha. And one of the things that I heard a lot was people over property. And so they were saying that people are more important than property. So if we destroy property to make a point that we're here to protect people, that we're here to advocate for people, that's where they feel it should be. Yeah, look just like Woody Harrelson, Dark Wolf. I've been told that many times. It's the nose and this. Yeah. Woody Harrelson with no sleep. That's where this is all coming from. But back to what I'm saying. But the ideology that comes in behind people over property fully flipped its script in my mind when I was in Kenosha, because literally in places like Kenosha that are old world built, and by that I mean old world built, older than some of the newer cities that we have in more of our metro areas. There literally are people living over those properties. So they're storefronts and they have apartments that are built above it. So when you start burning down these storefronts, or when you start vandalizing and destroying the structure they're in, the people that live above those properties are in direct danger. And so when I was in Kenosha and the signs that I saw blew my mind and it broke my heart,
that said like children live upstairs, disabled people live here. And these are written on the boards that were covering the storefronts, the property, mind you. So this people over property ideology, it is a blurring line. But for me, it became very distinct. I mean, that's people's property, and not just in where they live, but their business, their livelihood, the things that they do to live. I mean, I just went to the 100-year anniversary of Paelli's out here in Kenosha the other day, and it was awesome. It was beautiful. These folks have been family-owned business for 100 years, and they've been here in Kenosha, owned and operated and doing well. If someone were to come in and say that business was just in the line of destruction and burn that business to the ground, they just burned down a 100-year-old family business that employs local individuals and has for 100 years. That's someone's livelihood. I met, the owners. I got a chance to do an interview with them, and it was really beautiful to shake hands with someone who has been a part of a community that celebrated so adamantly. But that's their livelihood, their life. He started the owners of Paelli's right now because he said he followed his dad around, and then at one point took over the family business. That's just the heritage. It's got culture. It's got meaning. Some people say that there's, and I'll say it, that there's no culture in certain demographics of people. I mean, that's it right there. There's heritage there. There's a history. There's the anthology of life that goes into getting that location, that business to where it's at 100 years in operation. So yeah, people over property. People own that property. So it's theirs, the destruction, the violence. I think that Little Turtle had it right when he said that nonviolence is the way to go. That the people that have the tools of violence are very, very good at being violent. And this is something that I tried to make very clear to people when I was in Seattle during the occupation, the Seattle protest there, was that the standoff between these large groups, they have tanks and, sniper rifles on the building tops. You have a tent and an umbrella, engaging in a violent act with them. I know there's a pushback, but when you start doing things like throwing Molotov cocktails or bricks and rocks and whatnot, I'm talking locally. We're not talking about in Iran or in places overseas. We're talking here locally. People are going to get hurt. You know what I mean? And people get hurt anywhere. I'm speaking locally here, thinking globally, speaking locally. But burning it down in the thought that it's going to build anything up is not, in the context of where we're seeing, is not functional. Because what we're not getting is a planting of the seed. Like if you were to do a slash and burn, right? Like burning down a forest, or the remnants thereof, and then replanting in the wake of the burn. You've put minerals in the soil, and then you've planted, and now there will be a regrowth. That's the problem. Is I don't see a lot with these angry, violent acts. A plan. What's the follow up? What's the follow up? Abolish the police. Great. Then what? Who does what? And in one of the incidents I had where I was interviewing somebody very early on, I think it was one of my second days ever doing a live stream, third or fourth maybe, and they said that like we need to get rid of all the police, and I was like, okay, well, just let me understand this better. If we were to get rid of the police, what happens when like let's say someone rapes you, like right now, what happens then? Who goes after them? Or what if I killed you right now? What if this is a smaller person I was talking about. I'm a big guy, like by acts of just physics and nature, like I'm a very strong individual. If I chose to impart my will on you and it was hostile or violent or terminal by nature and by intent, 99.9%, you're not going to be able to stop me. And this is the point I was making to this person. I was like, so who does? Who do you call when that happens? Who is set to be the person who now is going to go and find me, a highly violent killer, right? And bring me to justice? And they said the community. And I was like, I looked around and I was like, okay, well, let's ask some people. Like, who's going to, if I'm a highly violent murderer, are you going to come find me? And, there's other people of similar stature. And it was a real kind of chagrin of thought. Like, I don't know about that. And that was the point I was trying to make. I'm like, listen, I understand that there needs to be reform, just like the sheriff was saying in Atlanta, the retired sheriff. I understand there needs to be change, better training. They need to refund the police. They need to take the funding they have for these war machines. They don't need tanks. I'm sorry, you don't need tanks when you're policing your own people. When we've seen them, no. I'm not trying to talk bad about the people that are actually working in those departments. I get a job is a job for you, but what I'm saying is, put a lot of that funding into de-escalation training, proper hand-to-hand combat training, cultural sensitivity training, other programs, NAV programs, community interface programs that allow people to work with, like constable, that type of thing. I mean, there's a ton of different ideas that can go into it, but it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to make this change. And I understand that protesting, like Cindy's saying, protesting is being an activist, I think is vital and important. I think we need that. We have to have it. I think that it needs to be done because there's a way to make people aware of things that are happening that they otherwise wouldn't be, right? And sometimes you have to take to the streets for that. Sometimes you have to do things like disrupt the flow of traffic. And I get that. Absolutely. And that's where I've always been okay. I've always been about it. It's when it becomes violent, threatening, when it goes from education to intimidation, that's where I step back, because you've lost the message. You've lost your force of direction. You no longer have the ability at that point to really make change, because all you're going to do is maybe in the moment change what someone says, but their thoughts you've just solidified, and you've ironclad made sure that they will never fully support or be about whatever you are. If you force them to do something that they don't want to do, you're basically enslaving their mind in a moment through intimidation and fear tactics, and that's unacceptable. And that's where I found that the protest, the nonviolent, peaceful protest, is wild, because I remember coming down this meridian in Seattle with the Everyday March. They were going down to interrupt the freeway, I-5, Interstate 5, which runs the arterial feed from Washington all the way down to Mexico, from Canada to Mexico, down the West Coast. And I was looking up different pics, and you know what? Let me show you guys real quick here, because I really feel like this is a powerful image for me to see here. And it was the civil rights protests of Seattle. Where are we at over here? Bear with me for 1 minute here. All right, and I want to say it was in maybe 69. Maybe it was a little bit earlier. Mind you, I think things were different at the time, because you had law enforcement was very different at the time. The world was different at the time. The need, not there's never not a need for people to advocate for change, but this was definitely a time when racism was still rampant. There was segregation was being discrimination. There was things that were happening that they were working animately to change, and they have. And I mean, look at how much we've grown. Look how far we've come, in the last 60 years. I think it's powerful and amazing. We're not there yet entirely. We're getting there, though. We're moving. But this was the image that, let me see if this is the one for us. Yeah, this one right here. And I thought this was really powerful for me personally, because as I was walking with this group and doing the interviews and whatnot, it started out like this, and this is running down Pike Street, I believe. Yeah, this is running right down Pike, which is a main feed through Seattle. Pike, Pine, those run up and down the middle of downtown. They run east and west. all the way down to Pike Street, the Pike Street Market, Pike Place Market, which is the iconic fish throwing location in downtown Seattle. But these were the marches that really, they interrupted traffic, and that was the idea, because it, when traffic slowed down and stopped, people are like, what's going on? Why has it stopped? Then you ask questions, because otherwise the newspapers weren't printing things. There was news reports weren't going out. So you had a chance to see it for yourself. And I feel like if anything I've encouraged people to do from the beginning is to go out and see it for yourself. Go look, go be curious, take some time and step outside and take a minute to look at what's happening and really formulate your own opinion. I loved it when I found those people in the crowds anywhere I've been that were just looking to get answers, and they found that was the best place to get it, was right at the source. So seeing people that are actually pushing for this type of thing, which is a peaceful demonstration, there's the signs, just like they're saying, in this call to action tonight at 5:00. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that one in Atlanta, in the underground, which I need to write down here. So maybe we'll do a continuing stream later on this evening. Anybody from the Atlanta, from Georgia area that knows of this location, please hit me up. Send me an email, cj@cjtv.live. If any of the mods want to throw that in the comments, I'd really appreciate it. At 5 p.m. All right. Decentralized group of people, but they stage sit-ins, and man, it was wild, because I did see things turn from a peaceful march to violence real quick. But it got really that was a tough one, man. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, it is interesting how this has all worked out, because I watched it go from people that were just protesting, but it was always somebody, they were peaceful in nature. They were out protesting. There was no violence. It was, marching, and then they'd hit a police line, and then there'd be that standoff, right? And either the police would decide that they were going to push back, or, and there was plenty of times when they showed a lot of restraint on that, but there's other times when they got aggressive and they went harder, than was needed. There was definitely an excessive use of force. But there's plenty of times where I'd see a bottle or a brick or a rock go flying overhead, and I was like, well, that's all it takes. Just one person to throw that one rock, and and that was it, and then next thing you know, it's all downhill. John, you're not wrong. Finn, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. Yeah. So, these are my thoughts. These are the thoughts of an individual. As I've seen things from my experiences, just being out and about, for the last couple of years in my life, I crested 40 and I realized that I do have some opinions. And while I don't really work on projecting those all too much onto anybody, I feel like it's my, God-given right to share it when I feel it needs to be shared. So, either way, there's our caveat for our lunch. So I'll keep tabs on some of these things that are going on with the some of the protests and other things happening. But John, you are not wrong. I have a dog that is anxious and desperate to get outside, and I need to make sure to do that so I can get back for lunch. We have about 30 minutes left until we're back from our lunch break with the Mark Jensen trial. So again, you guys, we are watching Mark Jensen's murder trial right now, which is the day 7 of the trial. This will be coming back to part 2 of the trial. And man, are we talking a lot about penises. So if you ever want to go ahead and clickbait anybody, feel free to share the stream. Join us for our penis chit chat. You know what I mean? Whatever title you need to put in there, feel free to drop it in. But I'd appreciate it when we come back if you guys would share the stream, and I will see you guys here in just a little bit. All right. Talk to you soon.